Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Art Gammon UK Open. This is day three of the tournament, or day two of the main. So the tournament this year is a double elimination. So the draw gets split into half. So while a player hasn't lost a match, they play the undefeated half of the tournament. And when a player loses one match, they go into the fighters bracket. So each of the two halves continues, and the winner of the undefeated bracket will play the winner of the fighters bracket to decide who's the champion. So at the moment, there are 5 players who are undefeated after 4 rounds, and multiple players still have 1 life remaining. So the match we've got today is Rachel Rhodes against Jeff Hall, who both suffered 1 loss so far. So the winner of this match will continue, but the player that loses will be knocked out of the tournament and relegated to the consolation. So at the moment, they're just setting up, and I think Rachel's looking at a position, and usually with backgammon players, there's a hard luck story involved. So it's one of these positions where is it possible to lose this position? So she said she started with 6-1 maybe, then a big double and left a blot, and then she got hit. So now she's got 9 checkers left, so 6 off. So she'll have about 30% if she gets closed out. So it's a good indication that with backgammon, no matter how well you play, if the dice are against you, it's possible to lose. So it's a 9-point match today. I think all the matches in the main were 9 points, and the fighters bracket, I think, is 7 points, but I might be wrong on that. So the two players today, Rachel Rhodes, she was actually, I think, British champion when it was the British Championship run by Bieber. And Jeff Hall is also a very strong player. So he's actually in charge of the UK online team. So Jeff's got the opening role, and he started with a 3-2. So he split and down is what Mitchie says is very common move in backgammon. So 4-1 for Rachel. So she hits off the 4 points. So that's a point she wants and she doesn't want Jeff to have, and then uses the 1 to split. So 4-2 hits and then makes the 11 point. So any point is good. It looks as though the 11 point doesn't feature much, but it certainly it gives you a builder without the opportunity of being hit. So 5-1 for Rachel. That's a bad shot. So she's ventured out to the bar point. So the good idea of this play, I call it a decoy and diversion. And what it means is if your opponent makes an inner board point, you can anchor on the bar point. But primarily, you divert their attention to dealing with this blot that you put on the 18 point. So 3-2 to Rachel. She comes in and she will hit or anchor. And she's picked anchoring. 4-2 for Jeff. So he can make the 4 point or the bar point. So it's a useful roll, but not perfect. So I think he's right to do this, that leaving the blot on the bar points leaves him open to 4s and 6s. So at least this way he'd swap the 11 for the bar. So double 3 is good shot. So point on head on the 5 point and make the 3 point. So Jeff's got a 4, which is what he was looking for. So now he's got his advanced anchor. And the 2 is a bit difficult. So he can unstack the heavy 6 point or slot the back of the prime, or he's looking at making the 11 point. So the one flaw with Rachel's position at the moment is she's given up her point in the third quadrant. So there's a big gap between her midpoint and her home board. So 3-2 doesn't do much good. I think I'd unstacked 13 to 11 with the 2. So that's out of direct range of the anchor, but you need to do something with your 5 checkers on the midpoint. So every game you play, there's 3 problems in the starting position. There's 2 stacks you have on the 6 point and the midpoint, and you want to get those extra checkers of the 5 into play. And you also have a problem with your back checkers being a long way distant from the others. So both players have made an advanced anchor, and now you can see Jeff has started to unstack his 6 point, and Rachel has started to unstack her midpoint. So 6-2, again, it's not a brilliant number. I think you make the 11 point because it's a point. You save a blot and make a point that your opponent can't move to. And then I would come out with the 6, and that's really just a bit of a sacrifice and say, well, there's nothing good to do with the 6. So 5-4 for Jeff. So the next point he wants is the 4 point in his home board. So I think you should probably just hit with this number. Although Jeff's only got a 2 point board to Rachel's 3, he's got an advanced anchor, so being hit is very far from fatal for him. Double 3 comes in with 1 and makes the 10 point. Is 6 away from Jeff's anchor, so that's a valuable point. And now Jeff's hoping to cover the 4 point with 2s or 7s. So 9 is definitely not what he was looking for. So maybe you can cover with a 4, but I think I'd probably just play the 2 in from the 11 point. But they're not doing a great amount of damage where they are at the moment. There is an opportunity to run off the anchor if he wants to, but I think that's way too dangerous at the moment. Not only does it leave your back checker open to attack, Blue will be hitting with almost anything because she wants the opportunity to hit on the 4 point before Jeff can cover it. So he's looking at covering with the 4, but he has to leave the blot on the 8. Okay, so he's done what I suggested. He's given up the 11 point. So Rachel wants a 1 to hit or 6 to jump the prime. 2-3 makes another blocking point. Now Jeff's got 2s and 3s to cover. 3-6, so he can cover with the 3, but then he's got to break a point and expose another blot with the 6. So he just calmly plays both checkers past. So he's still got his 4 blocking points. So Rachel's got a problem. She needs to roll a 6 pretty quick to get one of those 3 back checkers out. So she can just about handle this by putting 2 blots in board. Now, Stick Rice used to say one of his rules was when your opponent puts 2 blots in their home board, you have 1 move where you can play anything you like. So as far as Blue's concerned, she's got to take care of covering the blots before any attack can succeed. So this is what Jeff's looking at. He's saying this is probably a good opportunity to come off the anchor. And 6-5 is unstacking the 6 point again. So this is key role for Rachel. So can she hit and cover both blots? Well, she can certainly hit. Double two is a very good roll. So she can either make the 4 point, which is the pure play, but leaves two blots, or she can cover the 2 points. So then she still has a 4 point board, but only one blot. So the way to solve these problems is to look at it and say what your long-term game plan is. How do you plan to win this game? So she's actually going for a priming game. So she's choosing the pure option. And the other option would be the blitzing option of just trying to keep your opponent on the bar and make your way home while they're trying to come in. So 2-5 is a good number. So he hits the blot on the 2 point, which is the one he would choose if he had a choice. Brings the 5 round to safety. So now Rachel needs something good to get back in this game. So 4-6 is good. It comes in and jumps the prime. So she can jump the prime with either of the two. Not obvious to me which is right. So this has some advantage of duplicating twos. Leaves the checker on the 4 point open to attack with some small numbers. So 6-5. So Jeff can safety his blot at the top of the board and then bring the other one out with the remaining number. So it's really, does he play the 6 at the top and the 5 at the bottom, or vice versa? So he's using the 6 at the bottom of the board. So that gives him worse distribution at the top, but I think more importantly is it gets him closer to home, which is what he wanted to do. So he gets hit with a 2. And Rachel can either bring that blot in, or she could play at the top of the board 16-13 and maybe try and make the 8 point as part of her blocking structure. So 1-5 is a hit and an awkward 5. So you'll see the two players have slightly different plans here. So Rachel is playing a very pure game. She's putting all her checkers in the right places, but she's way behind in the race. Whereas Jeff, on the other hand, seems to have got 3 checkers on the 1 point. So it's not an easy game for him to win, but he has the big race lead. So Rachel, I think, made a very good play last move. That she established 2 anchors, so she's got some sort of a back game to fall back on. And Jeff's double 5 couldn't get out, so Rachel is doubling. So it certainly looks like a good double, because it's not so much as she has vast threats here, but if Jeff can't get his back checker moving next time, then his front position will deteriorate very quickly. So now she's looking for 1, 2, or 3 to improve her prime, and 6-4 doesn't do anything. So hitting looks like the right idea, because she's got to stop Jeff escaping for the moment. And then the one she's got at the moment going to the 6 point. The 1-4, Jeff's pleased to hit, but the 4 is his last spare has gone to the 1 point. So it's not as though Rachel is threatening to win at the moment, but Jeff's position might collapse if he doesn't get out. So he's looking for a 6 or a 1-5, 5-2. That's another checker going to the 1 point. So that's the only way he can hold the 6 point. 3-5 is brilliant. So that hits the second blot. So now Rachel's firmly in control of this game. 2-6, Jeff comes in and hits. So he's still got a 4 point board. It's not all over for him. So now Jeff needs 6 to get out, or 9 to hit in the outfield. Rachel's still stuck on the bar, so with a bit of luck, Jeff should be able to at least save one of his two blots. So 4-1, so that saves the blot and comes up at the back. So now he's got fives and sixes to come out. So Rachel's finally come in. The 2 doesn't make a lot of difference, but it's probably best to keep the spare on the 6 point as she did. So Jeff's looking for a 5 or 6, and he's got both of them. So he comes out with a 6, is forced. So this gets a lot closer towards home, but does give a direct shot, whereas could play 6-1 and kill another checker. So 2s, 8s, and 9s for Rachel, and she's got a 2, is exactly what she wanted. So she hits the blot, and now she's trying to control the outfield. So she's a long way from making a prime, and so she's got to count on the idea of sending Jeff back behind her prime when he eventually jumps out. So double 1, he comes to the edge, and the only way to, so he's given up the 2 point. He's keeping his spare on the 6. Now Rachel's got 4 and 11 to hit. So 4-1, I would still hit here, even though the covers are a long way away. So the 1 doesn't look as though there's much difference. At the moment, she's got 11s and 14s. So just looking if anything covers from the back, that's 19 and 20. So double 5 will cover. So this one kind of duplicates the double 5, but very little difference. So Jeff fans. So now Rachel's got 10s and 20s. 4-2. So she wants to get something in direct range to cover for sure. So I think you always have a problem in these positions whether you want to build your prime from the back or the front. So at the moment, she'd like to cover the 2 point, but she wants to have a contingency that if the 2 point blot gets hit, then she can build her prime from the back. So now she's got a 6 to cover, or the 1 to hit, 6-4. So 6 covers is good. And then I think we need to try and get someone else in the outfield. So probably keep the back anchor. And this play she's looking at now, 21-17, I think is the right idea. So Jeff's got a big race lead in this position, but Rachel has got a big positional advantage. So because Jeff has played so many checkers to the 1 point. So the contact is favouring blue. So I think she should keep her back anchor, and I think this is the wrong plan. I don't think it's seriously wrong. It's a big difference. 2-3. So something's got to give here. So he hits, but has to leave another blot. So Rachel's looking for a 3. 5-6. She comes in. Is good. So you can make the 14 point and block the double 6s, but I kind of think maybe you want to break your other anchor. So then, no, I'm talking rubbish. So that would block 13s, which don't come up very often. So there is the double 6. And that does a very good job for turning the game round for Jeff. So now he'll be thinking about redoubling. So certainly if he can clear the 6 point, he's in brilliant shape. But on the other hand, he's got a lot of numbers will leave a shot. So he could win a gammon, and he could also lose. So usually in these positions, you kind of think that the best strategy is to give the problem to your opponent. So you start off and say, if blue is doubled, would he be taking or not? And if there's a question in your mind, then you have to give the question to your opponent and make them wonder what the right decision is. let's look at the numbers that are bad. So it's any 4, 5, or 6 with a 1 or 2. So that's 4, 1, 5, 1, 6, 1, 4, 2, 5, 2, 6, 2. So that's 12 shots. So there's a dilemma for Jeff. Is he good enough to double, or is he too good to double? Is he worth more than a single game in this position? I think being hit here is very close to fatal. So I'm pretty sure you should double here and give the problem to blue, and I think blue should pass. I think blue hits enough to be able to justify taking, but the problem is she gets gammoned when she fails to hit. So he's carrying on. So I think he thinks he's better than one. So it's you would think it's he gets more equity from playing on. So he's taken one off, so he can't get gammoned, but there's no safe play. So that just leaves 11 shots. So Rachel obviously is very keen on a 3 to win and gets double 4, which is useless. So now she's got to work on saving the gammon, and the usual strategy is you want to put checkers on the 6 point exactly if you can. So that way you maximize your crossovers and waste 0 pips in doing so. So that's another 4 off for Jeff. So he's got 10 left. 6-2, Rachel needs a big number. So again, she's coming to the 6 point and she'd like to make a crossover, but she can't. Now Jeff's down to 8. Double 1 is a useless number. Yeah, so I think she should play 2 of them down to the 12 point and get another checker aiming at the 6. They're usually very small differences in these positions. So now Rachel needs 6 crossovers to save the gammon. So 6-5 is a very big number. So now she's down to needing 4 crossovers, and Jeff rolls double 6. So now Rachel's down to double 5 or double 6 as the only numbers to save the gammon, and she fails. So Jeff ends up getting a gammon there. So he's going to be 4-0 up to 9. So I'm used to 11-point matches where each point of lead you have at the start is worth 5% extra match winning chances. So he's certainly at 70-30 favourite. And because the match is a little bit shorter, it's probably a bit more. So maybe 72-28. So I guess they're talking at the moment. So I guess he's asking if she thought it was right for him to play on as too good. So at the end of the game, you set up the pieces and you write down the score. And while you're doing that, it's a good chance to look at the score and decide what sort of strategy you should play going into the next game. So Rachel's behind by 4 points. And one of the things the computers taught us is that when you're a long way behind, you want to try and catch up in big lumps. So not to win 1 point or 2 points, but to try and win 2 points or 4 points. So Jeff is trying to keep the number of points at stake down. So he's trying to get into a holding game, whereas Rachel, on the other hand, wants to keep the number of points high. So she wants to get into some blitzing or priming structure. So 4 is the edge of the prime. So she's got an option to hit with the 5. So she's got the weaker board, but the danger is if she doesn't hit, then Jeff might be able to attack on the 4 point at the top. So 2-6 comes in, but the 6 is certainly tolerable. So that's another builder. So now Rachel needs 3s on both sides. So 5 is good, is covers. And I think we've just got to play up 24-23. 5-3 is not a good pointing number. So he can hit off the edge of the prime. So at the moment, Jeff's got this 4 prime, and if he can make the next point, that will push it up to a 5 prime. But if Rachel can anchor there, that stops Jeff extending the prime from the front, and there's not much opportunity to extend it from the back. So 4-3, he's got to enter with the 4, so he can't break a point and hit. So he's made an advance anchor himself. So now Rachel's looking for a 2, which she's got. And now can come down from the midpoint. So you can see what I was saying last game, that Jeff has unstacked his midpoint and his 6 point, and he's made an advanced anchor. And Rachel's made an advanced anchor and unstacked the midpoint, but she's still got unstacking the 6 as the next task she wants to do. So 4-2 is a very bad number. So she can play down to the 11 and just leave 7. So that's usually half a dozen numbers. 8 gets his spare out and round. So Rachel's hoping to make another blocking point here, the bar point or the 5 point ideally. So she can make the 1 point or save the blot with 11-6 and then 3-2 or 2-1. I think you cover the blot and keep the builder. So 4-2. Yeah, as this game goes on, it seems that Jeff's got the more comfortable position to play, that his moves come easier. So 6-1 is brilliant. That makes the 5 point. So we've ended up with a mutual holding game, and people say these are rather boring games because nothing happens for a long time. So typically, each player moves the pieces for several turns, trying to improve their position and not get hit. And each turn you have an opportunity to roll a big double and give yourself the massive advantage in the game. But eventually, if no one does get the big double, then the holding game starts to collapse, and you have no more good moves to keep your position together, and you have to dismantle the assets you made. So Rachel's looking for a 7 here to hit. So 4-2 doesn't cut the mustard. So this looks like the only reasonable safe play. 6-5. So again, I think he's just got to stall here. He can come off the anchor, but I think that leaves too many blots and too many shots. So 6-4. Again, there's an opportunity to come off the anchor, but I don't think it's right. I don't think it's suicidal. I mean, Jeff's got 13 checkers in the zone is enough to attack, but Rachel's got a 4 point board, which should be some defense, and Jeff's only got a 2 point board at the moment. Now he's got a 9 to hit, and of course he's rolled an 8. So now he can cover his 2 point and shorten his prime, or keep the prime and leave 2 more blocks in board. And this lets Rachel out with a lot more numbers, but gives Jeff a lot more checkers to move. So 4-6, now Rachel's got an opportunity to come out and control the outfield. So she's doing that fairly quickly. So Jeff needed to hit an indirect there, or he's going to be on the back foot for the rest of this game. Now Rachel's having a think about doubling, and I think correctly deciding she's not quite there yet. So saving a lot of the blots is a good plan here. You don't want to have the game turn round with an indirect hit. So she was looking at playing to the 10, and I think the right play is to remake the midpoint and just play 17-14. So that's a different plan. I'm not saying it's wrong. One of the other flaws she's got is the blot on her 2-point, which makes it a lot easier for Jeff to run off the anchor. So the advantage of this play is it makes it easier to cover that 2-point blot in the future. And now Jeff has got a 5-point board and a 6 prime, so a hit is going to win for sure for him. So double 2 makes the midpoint and comes in. So now Rachel's having a think. Now I've got her ahead by 14 pips. So the take, I think, is fairly easy for white. And the question is, should blue be doubling or wait a turn? I think Rachel would do well to wait here. So it's very difficult for her to clear the midpoint safely. So basically, most of the time next turn, she'll play one checker off the midpoint and leave a 9 shot. And I think if that 9 shot gets missed, that's the time she should be doubling. But this double 4 puts her way ahead. So now she's leading by 30, I think. So it will be double pass unless Jeff gets anything miraculous. So my running count had it at 24 to Rachel. It's too many for Jeff, certainly. So Rachel gets on the score sheet, which is good. So now she's 8 away, which is a good score. So you like to be an even number of points away, and ideally a power of 2. So 2, 4, 8 are good scores to be, because the doubling cube naturally takes you to winning the match exactly. So 2-1, you can slot or split. Rachel's rolled double 3, which doesn't hit. Now the right play here is to make the advanced anchor, and then rather than this usual play is to play 8 to 5 twice. So you can afford to give up the 8-point for one roll because there's so many white blots dotted around. So double 2, you can make the defensive anchor or you can make the 5-point. Usually covering a slot is a very high priority in backgammon, so that would usually be the right play. But Rachel's got an advanced anchor now, so if Jeff makes his 20-point, then Rachel's hits will involve giving up the anchor. And I think given his match lead, it might well be right to secure your defence and make the 20-point anchor. So he's rightly taking some time on this move. So with doubles, you have lots of alternatives. And here, it's really a game plan problem and saying, which is the best way to win the game rather than which move looks good for the moment. So this has little risk for the moment, but the problem is his two back checkers. He doesn't have an advanced anchor, and Rachel might well be able to do something with priming or attacking his back checkers. So she's made the 4 point is good and left sevens and nines. So eight is neither of those. So he should make the anchor, which he does. And then he can play boldly. So that was a good play, 13-7. So all Rachel's hits involve her giving up the anchor, which is very risky in itself. So 6-1, I think she should return the compliment and play 10-4 and 6-5. So tempt him to give up the anchor. So this was something in Paul's McGreal's book when he talked about the golden point, and he said, your opponent will very often put blots in front of your anchor to try and tempt you off it. In 6-4, she was hoping to cover with ones, threes, or eights, but 6-4 is absolutely useless. So she can dump two checkers behind. Is that possible? No, it's the six that's difficult here, I think, isn't it? So I think you've got to go 13-7, 5-1. Really is a bad number. I guess she's looking at making the 2 point. But the problem is White has tidied up at the top of the board now. So Jeff will be happy to leave the anchor with a hit. Yeah, so she's found my play. Still risks being hit with a 4, but there wasn't any alternative to that. So 2-1 is useless. So he can play 8-5 completely safely or finish unstacking the midpoint, but loses his spare on the 6 point, which is always a good spare to have. And now Rachel wants to save her blot and make a point. So she's chosen the pure priming play. So I would have gone the other way there and just covered the 1 point. So 6-4 is a rogue hit. So that, I think, firmly puts Jeff in charge. So 2 and cover the 1 point is a good plan. One of the golden rules in backgammon is when you have a loose blot on your own 1 point, usually you've made a tempo hit to hit your opponent there, that you've got to cover the blot sometime. If you don't cover the blot, it will get hit sometime. So you've got to, although it looks ugly, you've actually got to cover the blot. So 3-4, Jeff wanted to escape his last back checker, but he hasn't been able to. So he's looking at making another blocking point, or he can just play completely safely and put 2 or more on the 8 point. So I haven't got a running count, but I suspect Jeff is ahead in the race. So he's looking at this pure play. So that's 3-4, 3-6, 5-4, 5-6. Although it's ugly, I would go for saving the 2 outfield blots here and just piling them up on the 8 point. The problem is Jeff's checker back on the 22 point is subject to attack. So if you play with too many blots, you can find that just dancing one roll is enough to end the game for you. So he's looking at hitting on the 2. So this play I didn't even consider. So usually it's not a good idea to hit behind the anchor. So the problem with this play is that the checker you hit on the 2 point, it can either come back and hit you, or it can come in higher on the 4 point. So effectively, you're forcing that checker to a better place. So 2-1 is a good double hit. Jeff rolls a 3, so he stays alive. So it looked as though Rachel was going to have a chance to get at that outfield blot, but um, Jeff's come in. It looks like the one is very awkward. So he can either leave three blots and lots of indirects, or he can walk into a direct shot. I think one thing you shouldn't be doing here is playing 3-2 on the basis it's safe. So he's looking at that. But this is really a very big incitement for Rachel to attack at the bottom of the board. So, yeah, so this I think is a very good play by Rachel. She's aware of what's going on. So this play of 3-2, I think, is a very bad play that Jeff made. So he took an asset he had and created two liabilities with it. So now he's got to keep finding good rolls to stay alive. So he brought both in with a hit, is almost perfect for him. So 4-1. So she can play safe and make the 5 point, which is certainly something she wanted to do, but there's also an option of playing more actively. So this is what she's looking at. So this is trying to exploit all the white blots. The problem is she doesn't have many checkers to put the position back together again. So that's 2 5s. So shifts a lot of freight is what the Americans describe such plays as. That it's just a big number that moves a lot of pieces around to where you want them to go. So one is good is making the second anchor. So that should keep her in the game for a while. And then, yeah, so that's the right idea. There were 4 checkers on the 4 point, so 2 of them aren't really doing much. So now Jeff's looking at doubling. So Rachel's got a reasonable defence. The big flaw in her position is in her home board. So she might well get a shot and hit it, but once she hits it, it's not going to be easy to keep that checker contained. So this one, I think she's made a good decision to give that up. So now Jeff goes on to 5. So now he's 4 away. So 4 away is one of the very good scores you can be in backgammon. So the doubling cube is kind of automatically takes you to 2 away or to win the match next game. So this particular score, 4 away, 8 away, it's kind of a score where both of the players want big cubes and gammons. So Rachel's 5-4. Often people split, but when you're behind in a match, you want to generally play an unstacking play and bring more checkers in the zone and try and get more gammons in the position. So 6-2. One thing a lot of players don't seem to have caught on to is when you make your bar point, usually with a 6-1, it transforms sixes from being a bad number to a good number. So you can play 13-7 and get unstack the midpoint and get a new builder without leaving any shots. So 6-5 is a bad number. So now she's exploiting the fact she's got all these checkers in the zone. So 1-2, he hits for sure. And one key thing to look out for is how your opponent's sixes play. So Rachel can't use a 6 to come in. So what will she do when she rolls something with a 6? So 5-3, she's going to come in and hit. 3-6 is good for Jeff, so that hits and saves both his blots. So now Rachel's got to figure out how to put together some sort of a defense. So this position's not too bad for Jeff because he's got this bar point. So as I was saying, the six is now reasonably convenient for him. So I think he's having a look at making the 11, but deciding he doesn't want to take too many risks for the moment. So double four. I think Rachel should move to the 20 point here, so she sees it the same way and make the 4 point. So the one danger with this is that, or the one problem is it shortens the zone of contact. So Jeff's, with some difficult numbers, Jeff can just play a checker behind. So I think here he can play this 11 to 8 and 6 to 2 is safe. So Rachel's a bit short of time of checkers to move, so she's slotting the front of the prime. The double four looks like a good number, except he can't move his back checker, so he makes the 9 and makes the 4, I'm sure. 3-1, that's a very nice small number. So Rachel's position, I think, is at maximum strength at the moment. So Jeff's going to try and play safe. So 5-1 is helpful in that regard. So he had a look at clearing the point at the back. So at some stage when you're playing against back games, you feel you've got enough of an advantage from your prime. So you want to dismantle your prime and get checkers to move safely next rolls. So he's only got 4 checkers back. So there's no other checkers he's priming by keeping that point. And now Rachel's run out of time. So she can play 2 off the 20 point or just play 1 checker off the midpoint for the moment. So 13 to 4. So she's looking at coming out. So backgammon is all about risk and reward. So you can see with this play, there's a risk that you're leaving the direct 6. But the question is really what the reward is. So if you get away with it, if you don't get hit, has your position improved a lot? Now this is a play I could well be wrong on, but I just like giving up 1 check, playing 1 checker off the midpoint. I think the only flaw with that plan is that um, you still have a problem what to play next turn. This play is very good in giving you lots more things to move, but giving up the 20 point anchor is a potential recipe for disaster. Okay, so now she's looking at 13 forward. She's gone that way eventually. So she had me scared for a while. So 6-1 again, he can just play safely. So 8-1 is fine. Or he could give up the bar, but that doesn't seem to be very advantageous. I see. So this transposes, this gives him a chance to look at both variants. So this is the problem I said last turn. So now Rachel's kind of going back to the other plan and saying that I can come off the 20 point anchor safely. So 4-3, he can hit, but I think that's too big a risk. He can just save both his blots with 6-2 and 4-1, and then leave her with the problem what to do next turn. Always in these positions, Paul McGreal talked about the safe bold criteria. And it's kind of like whoever has the strongest board wants to play boldly, and whoever has the race lead wants to play safely. I think Rachel would like to stay on the 20 point if she can, but it's difficult to find anything to move if she does that. So I think it's got to come out. I'm surprised she stayed so far back. I thought that checker would probably she'd continue from the 14. So double three, this is a good number, and it's really the question is what's the best way to play it? So he can make the 5 point, but I think he's right in disengaging. So he's bringing all his checkers round together. So one of the cliches people have in backgammon is clear from the rear and don't ask questions. So if you keep all your checkers together, then it means you've got more landing spots for them when you're trying to clear points. So now Jeff has to think about cubing. So he doesn't think he's there yet. He's, I guess he's concerned about these two gaps on the 5 and the 7, make it more difficult than usual to come home safely. So 5-2, I think, makes the 2 point. So the reception committee is ready. And now Jeff's having a look. He's got a massive race lead, I think. Yeah, I've got the lead as 43. 6-3 is forced if you don't want to leave a shot. Now I think he's run out of threes. Double three, that makes a 6-prime. So some threes can be bad for Jeff here. So 1-3, 2-3 play. Double three is just about all right. 3-4 will be a shot. 3-5, 3-6. Now this is a tough decision. It doesn't seem obvious to me. I think I'd be doubling as white. Jeff wants 4 points, so the easiest way to get them is in multiples of 2. So the problem is if he leaves it too long and he manages to get to a winning position, then the 1 point he wins isn't worth that much to get to 3 away. So if you're going to get lucky, the idea is to say at least you want to get 2 points out of it so that you're one game away from winning the match. So double two, Rachel's got an opportunity to split at the back, but she won't rightly, I think, is deciding she wants to keep the anchor. So Jeff's last roll, he's got a 3 he can play now. So one way of ranking these positions is to see how many checkers you've got have gone past the anchor. So those are checkers that don't give you any flexibility anymore. So Jeff's decided to double. So I thought he was right last time, and this I think is a better position. So Rachel's taken it. I wouldn't have been so fast with it. So this is the safe play. He could have made the 5 point, but I think it's the wrong idea to leave a shot at the moment when your opponent's board is so strong. 3-4 he can just about handle. And now, unless she rolls something very small, I think Rachel's got to keep her board and move one checker off the anchor. So 2-3-3-1, 3-2. That was perfect anyway. 6-5 is a disaster. So that's a double shot. So Rachel should definitely redouble here. So she's got 3s and 5s. 2-1 and 4-1. Yeah, so Jeff passes that very quickly. So the problem he had was there were two blots available. So if he gets both blots hit and gets gammoned on a four cube, he can lose the match immediately. So that's not to say his double was wrong in the first place. He just rolled very poorly. So now it's four away, six away. So both players again need multiples of 2 points. So Rachel started with 3-1, making the 5 point is the best opening roll. Jeff rolls a 6-5, so he gets one. His two back checkers out, so 5-2. Replacing the spare on the 8 is a good idea. And now the 2, I think, is optional, so she can unstack the midpoint to try and stop her opponent potentially running into the outfield and escaping, or try and improve the position of her back checkers. So 3-2, Jeff has an opportunity for a double hit. So he's taken it, and I don't think he's right. I don't think it's a terrible play. I mean, the big advantage is it takes away all Rachel's rolls, so she can't improve her position. But it does give you this chance of being hit. So that was very quick. I say it was very quick because he could have hit either one and covered. Yeah, so I think the back one here, because you keep the two checkers linked then. So the idea is if he hits the front one, then you've got some potential returns. So 5-4 is awkward number. So just play safe. Now I have a suspicion Rachel's a bit behind in the race, but she's working very hard on stopping the last white checker escaping. So 6-4, you can make the 2 point or the 9 point, or make none of them, but leave yourself lots of builders. I think the 2 point is the worst of those three options. So this leaves eights and tens, but a very good position if you're missed. So I think Rachel, on my quick count, Rachel was a long way behind in the race, but she has escaped all her checkers and got chances of trapping Jeff's last one. Double two is going to be a very good number. So the choice is going to be ultimately whether we make the bar or the 4 point. So this is the best play at stopping the white checker escaping quickly. So Jeff wants to creep up now. The longer he stays back, the more danger it is. He'll never get a chance to get out. So coming to the edge of the prime forces the issue. So Rachel's almost forced to hit. So it's not a good hitting number. It's not mandatory to hit. It's Jeff's not guaranteed to get that checker out safely next time. Yeah, I think I would just make the 3 point here. This is fine as well. It's not essential to save the blot in the outfield when your opponent's got a blot in their home board. Right, so Jeff's rolled very well. He's double five, gets the guy safe and gets him into the race. So I've got him leading by about 20 at the moment. So this is definitely the right play. And you hit the clock and then maybe assess after your opponent's played how big your race is. So it doesn't make a lot of difference in races what precise play you make. Now we can have a look at the count. 60, 93 for white. And need of 16, I think. So that would put it as a double and a pass, unless the score interferes. So if he puts the cube on 4, she would just double back. So that's another 11. So if I thought it was probably a double and a pass last time, then I was going to say it'll be more of a pass, but rolling double six is 24 pips. So perhaps Jeff has proved his point that I was maybe a bit rash in redoubling. So that's a good play by Rachel. So when you're bearing in, it's important you get checkers on the 4, 5, and 6. That's the way to bear off and not waste pips. So I always say with these things that you can't control what numbers you roll, but you do have some say in how many pips you waste when you're bearing off. I've still got Rachel slightly behind in the race. So again, you can see she made a good play there of aiming to flatten out on the 4, 5, and 6 points. So 49.50 before this roll. So now 43.50. That should put Rachel slightly ahead. 5, 1. I keep thinking Rachel should probably double, but she's done it already, so she's way ahead of me. So double 2, there's the first 3. And then I think you come off the 6 point. You don't want to force yourself to roll a 6. So this is good if you roll the 6 next time. It guarantees you win. So Jeff's a long way behind, so he's trying to find a way that he can get more doubles working for himself. The double 5, that's absolute chin. So that ties the score at 5-5. So now 4 away on the score. So that's generally considered a quite exciting score because a doubled gammon can win the match for either player. So Rachel's done well after her bad start in the match to tie things up, but it's not enough to just get level and say, okay, I've got level before I lost. You've actually still got to win the match now you've got level. So 6-5 for Jeff, 3-4. You come down and split. 2-3 is useless. So last time Jeff had this, he hit twice. And I thought he was wrong last time, and I think he's probably wrong this time as well. This time I don't think it's so bad. There's a good argument. But if you've run one of your back checkers out, why do you take a risk of getting one of them sent back again? So Rachel needs ones and fours. So there's a four. Yeah, so this looks a good play by Jeff. I was going to do something worse than this. So Rachel can hit with twos, fours, fives. So hit with a five. Yeah, and no good one. So 21-20, nothing wrong with that. So 5-3. So Jeff understands this rule that once you've gone to the 1 point, you've got to cover it. So double three, not much use at covering. She could cover 13-4, but I think this is much better, making 2 points in board and hitting. 3-6 fans. So now Rachel should think about doubling. I'm not quite sure if this is too early or not. Always a good idea to think about it. So Jeff's scared of the doubled gammon, so he passes. So at this thing, when you're four away, your opponent doesn't want to take and see you win a gammon and win the match. And often passes for 1 point is not too significant. So being leading 3 away, 4 away is not a very great lead. So Jeff starts with 3-1, makes the 5 point. Rachel gets 5-3, makes the 3 point. So 5-3, you could make the 3 point, but I think it's better here to make one of the plays Jeff did, is you keep the 8 point and improve your distribution. So he used the 3 to split his back checkers. So Mitchell hit loose on the 4 and survived the return shot. So 6-1 really is useless. Yeah, so she's made the bar. I guess that's something. The 2-1, we cover the 4 point is good. And is it too dangerous to split now? So there's 10 in the zone. So it is certainly dangerous. But maybe it's still the right thing to do. So 4-3 is a hitter at the bottom. Very good number. Eventually he will see it. And I think that puts Jeff firmly in control. So 4-2 anchors at the edge. So that should be enough to take the cube if it comes. So Jeff rightly waits. And can almost play it completely safely. Actually, he can play it safe completely safely. And I don't think that's right. I think he's got to leave this. So that's half a dozen shots. And there's one of them. And a return hit. So the problem for Jeff now is he's got one checker stuck back behind this prime, even though he didn't lose much ground in the race in that exchange. 4-5, he's out at the first chance. So sevens, tens, threes, double six, not quite what the doctor ordered, but it is usually a good number. So I guess the opportunity here is to come off the 21 point and play 21-15 twice. So then we're attacking both blots. Maybe just make the 1 point. So it's surprising when you've got 2 points like this, how hard it is for the blots to save themselves. It's that the points block the blot from moving with various numbers. I mean, she can give up one of those outfield points, but I think while she's shooting at both blots, it's a good idea to maintain both the points. It's easier for Jeff to tidy them up if there's only 1 point he's got to avoid. So I like this play. I think it's very good by Rachel. The 3-2 does save both of them, so he seizes the opportunity. And now the problem for Rachel is her back checker, so she needs to get it out, and that won't do it. So this is the right idea. She's keeping the 15 point as a refuge for the back checker. 6-1, that makes the bar, so that should conclude proceedings. So Rachel needs 3-6 here, so 3, she's got to come to the edge for sure. So Jeff's having a look at the race, I guess. I've got him a little bit behind in the race. But still, I think it's a good cube. So he couldn't point on the 4 point cleanly. And because he's 4 away, he wants to try and get 2 points rather than 1. Now, I'd be tempted to pass this as Rachel. One reason being because of the score, that letting Jeff get 2 points is a bit more valuable than twice 1 point. So I think she was right to pass. So now it's 3 away, 3 away. So this is a very interesting score. So the strange thing here is the first point is worth 10% match winning chances. So you move from 50-50 to 60-40. But the strange thing I was talking about is the second point is worth another 15% match winning chances. So if you can imagine you're playing for £10 a point, and then when you get a good position, you say to your opponent, let's bet another £15. It's a doubling cube that's a double and a half. So Jeff's double 6 gave him a race lead. So that's one approach. And it might well be right. I would look at giving up the midpoint. Double 2 is brilliant, so we certainly hit. And then we can cover or make the 20 point or make the 4. Now, I'm not sure. That one I think was maybe my third choice. I couldn't decide what was the best play, but the 2s or 4s and double 5. So I don't know if I've said we're using an Art Gammon board today. So Art Gammon have sponsored the tournament very kindly, and there's 3 special tournaments where players can win an Art Gammon board. And the boards, personally, I think they're very good. 6-4 hit and cover looks perfect. So without any retaliation, Rachel's going to be good enough to double. Is she too good? Well, she's not going to investigate that too much. So yeah, I don't think she's too good. The problem is that she's still got to cover the 5 point. So two away, three away now. So again, these are scores where there's particular things going on. So the good thing is for Jeff is that when he doubles Rachel, uh, he's effectively taking the cube away from her. So when the cube's on two, that's enough points for her to win. So she can never use the cube back at him. Yeah, so Rachel started making the 2 point and she thought about making the three there, but didn't like to give up the eight in the process. So now Jeff wants to cover the 5 point, and his difficulty is he's got two ways to do it. So I think that's a very good play. So you can see his structure is aimed towards a priming game. And the reason he's doing that is because Rachel's 2 point is not very good in a priming game. So double five is not good for priming either. So I think it's quite a close game at the moment. Double two can't move the back checkers, so you must make the 4 point. And that I'm not too sure about, because once you've made the 2 point, the 8 point doesn't have much value. It's very good if you're trying to make a seven prime, but it doesn't help in blocking the opponent's checkers. So 5-2, yeah. I guess he thought about splitting and rightly, I think, turned it down. So Rachel's now got a big choice whether to come out. She's electing not to come out. I wouldn't be sure what was right here. I think if it was me, I'd like to do a count and figure out if I'm breaking anchor and trying to get into a race, am I ahead in the race? Okay, 6-1, that looks useless. Double one, so that's another point. That's very good. So again, as I said last time, the 8 point isn't much value here. I mean, perhaps that's slightly wrong because it does give you a five prime here. 4-3, that makes the 2 point. And now Rachel, she's got the five prime, so she should be running a back checker if she can get one out. 5-3 she can and does. So I've been ignoring the time, but Jeff has got 3 minutes left, so he's a little bit short, but nothing critical yet because the match probably doesn't have very far to go. 5-4, she can't get out the back checker. So I would play 13-4 here. I think what I want to do is to make the 3 point. Double five is forced. So now is it too good or not good enough? So the cube's still live here, so I think I'd enter with the 6 and play 9-5 and make sure I can double next turn, irrespective of what my opponent rolls. So this is a good play to win the game. The trouble with it is that it gives your opponent a free chance to see how the game is going before he takes the cube. So in general, you want to play safely while you've got the doubling cube available to you. And once you've doubled your opponent, you can then take the risks because you're getting paid your full reward when they work. So this I don't like. So her plan is to get a shot while Jeff leaves one checker on the 5 point at the top. But the downside is the spares on the 2 and 3 are bad in the bear off. So I think this is going to end up in a single win for Rachel. Um, so I think I would have doubled by now. So this is a good play. So this is called a trap play when you let your opponent out. And so the idea is you get him to break his anchor and then you can close out the 2 blots. And the basic rule is you only make a trap play when your opponent's down to a 3 point board. So Rachel followed all the rules, but Jeff didn't oblige by rolling a 6. Double 4 is a shot. So we can leave a shot on the 6 point and have 3 off. So it's 2 more shots to get an extra checker off. And I think it's actually worth it because it's a lot easier to clear up here if you're missed. Having the blot on the 4 is difficult to tidy up. So Jeff's got a hit. And I think Rachel had 3 off, did she? Yeah. So now I think Rachel is looking for an opportunity to double, but it's not there yet. And this was the danger of playing on. So there's nothing wrong with playing on in general, but there has to be some gammons at the end. There has to be some reward for the risk you're taking. And she's been very unfortunate that she's been hit, so suffered a big the risk has worked against her. And my argument was that there wasn't really a reward. Yeah, so that I like. I thought the plays were quite close, but she can certainly hit him in the rules. So Jeff was getting close to a double. Rachel has 3 checkers off, I think. 10, 11, 12. Yeah. So he's rightly having a think about this. 4, 2. So he only gets 1 off, but it doesn't really cost him. So he's got an even number left, 14. And that's none off. Now, 7 rolls to 6. And Jeff's down to 12. And Rachel is at 12. So Rachel is 1 roll ahead. But it's still many rolls. So I'm wondering why she isn't doubling. But so Jeff's take point is 25% cubeless. So it's a little more than if it was a normal game. Okay, so he's rolled a double, so he's now I think he's gone favourite. So 6 against 6, 3 roll position. So normally it's a double and a pass, but there's a bit of things here that either player could roll 2 1s and miss. And is the take point very high or low for Rachel? Yeah, so I think she was right that losing 2 points doesn't lose the match for her. So she goes down to 32% if she loses. So she only loses 18% by taking and losing the game. Right, so Jeff goes ahead 8-7 Crawford. So when you play the Crawford game, you should always have a look and see whether the gammon is valuable for the trader or not. And here, as you can see, the gammon will win the match for Rachel. So it's not valuable, it's very valuable. So this particular score is one of ones people call gammon go. So usually you have to win twice as many gammons as games you lose to justify the risk. But at this particular score, you only have to win as many gammons. So it's winning a single takes the score to 50-50, but winning a gammon pushes you up to 100%, a gain of 50%, and losing the game takes you down to zero, so a loss of 50%. So Jeff's taken the lead with his double six. So Rachel can make the 3-point. Don't like this play. The problem is it's going towards a race. So she's rolled 2 9s, so that's 18, and he's rolled a 24. So he's 6 up at the moment. So hit with the 3 for sure. And then I'd just play another one off the midpoint. So I was saying Rachel's gammons are very valuable, but the converse is Jeff's gammons are worth nothing. So they are difficult games because usually when you play backgammon, you're being careful, you're factoring in some idea that you don't want to make this play because you get gammoned. Whereas for Rachel, it's getting gammoned costs nothing. So 5-1 makes the 5 points. So Jeff is firmly in control now. So 2-5, yes, so she's right to make the anchor. So it's not about saving gammons, it's about not being closed out, I think, at the moment. So again, that's a slot because there's 2 blots in the opponent's home board. So she can make a run for it with this 6-5, but I think she's definitely right not to. So now there's 3 blots in the home board. So Jeff will be looking at plays that give up his 18-point here potentially. Yeah, so that's what he's done. So Rachel needs to roll double 1 here. It's my assessment of the position. The double 4 is a complete miss, but should cover quite a few blots. So she can clear the midpoint. That's the safe play and try and play the 3-point game. But I like this play. I like putting pressure on both blots. That there's not going to be any gammon wins for her if she just plays her 3-point game. So Jeff safeties everything up. The 6-4 she could have run, but it's not the 6 you want to run with because once you come out with the 6, you can't play it any further. So Jeff's got to give this indirect shot to clear the midpoint sometime. So he's rightfully doing it right now before the blot's covered in Rachel's home board. So now Jeff is just hoping to come home safely from this position. So 2-1, not enough to save the blot. So he's doing some work to make sure he can save it next time. So 6-2 or 2 6s is what Rachel's after. 2 2s. 4-5. That's very good for the race. So usually you would say give me the race and I'll take my chances on the shots. Yeah, so this is actually a good roll that he wants to create some spares and clear points. 6-5 is good. You've got to get going sometime, and the sooner the better. So fives are potentially difficult. 4-1 is not good. So he can hit, but I think he does better to just take his chances in the race. Yeah, so that's a good play. So that's keeping two on each of the two back points. So doubles will play safely. 6-2. So I think Rachel's got to run. That's a good play. Normally, you don't want to go deep in a quadrant when you're running racing round. And if you do go deep in a quadrant, you want to make sure it's a quadrant further from home. Double five is second best to double six. And I don't think she's going to ask to re-roll. So the pip count's about level now. Neither of them have great bear-off distributions. Double one is hardly any pips, but he did get three checkers off with it. Pip count is very close, so this should give Rachel a big lead. Now, obviously, it doesn't guarantee winning the game, but she's gone big favourite now. 26, 11 to 26, 11 to 21. And Rachel avoided the three, so that's the end of that game. So now it's 8-8. It's double match point, or DMP, as we say. So this is slightly different from ordinary games, that gammons are worth nothing for either player. So what happens is generally races get to be a better, more effective way of winning than they are usually. So that last game was a good result for Rachel when Jeff started with a double six. It looked as though he was good favourite. Yeah, so either 2-1. I think I usually slot with the one, but it's entirely optional. 6-3. Yeah, so split and down. So this unusual play of splitting with the six actually makes a lot of sense because your back checkers are connected. So you expect to get hit on the 7 point, but you gain so many pips when you hit back that it's the trade-off is pretty fair. Of course, if you can't hit back, then it's not much of a trade. So now we've got to factor in its DMP. We don't want to. We can take a risk and potentially get gammoned by making plays like this. So it's a very bold play coming to the 20 point, which is the point that blue wants to make most. So Rachel's left the point slotted. She's taken the chance and she's got away with it. So this, I think, is probably a good play by Jeff. He's got to try and distract Rachel and stop her making the bar. 5-2. Yes, we're going to hit again. That makes sense. No particular good 5. Yeah, I don't like this 5. Normal scores, it's reasonable. You can say you win more gammons, but the gammons aren't worth anything here. I mean, Rachel's game was working towards a prime, and going to the 2-point was not helping that prime in any way. So double 5 is brilliant. So hit there, and actually nothing else we can do. So maybe moving the back check at 23-13. This certainly isn't too bad. So Jeff needs some defense here, so he's stayed on the bar. 5-2 doesn't do anything. The potential danger for Rachel here is that Jeff will get some sort of a back game. So 3-6. Yeah, so that's good. 2-1 makes the 4-point. Very good roll. So Rachel's firmly got the upper hand at the moment. And now she would like to make the bar point is the next point that is best for her. So that doesn't do it, but it is a great roll for getting the last back checker out. Just cross our fingers he doesn't get a 4. Now you can slot the bar on the 4-point. Yeah, I'd probably go this way. I think slotting the 4 is maybe a bit too big. 3-6, just try and get out again. He hits again. Maybe just play off the midpoint. Or 3. Yep, so comes in and hits. I wondered what she was doing there, but I guess she was sensibly trying to see if there was any even better play. So now Jeff's only hope is getting some sort of a back game out of this. This is aimed at killing the back game, but maybe it's a bit too much of a concession, but it's all working well for Rachel at the moment. So 6 or 8 to cover. 6 covers. And then keep attacking the 2 blots at the top, I think. But she's just trying to race home. So Jeff needs 2 1s to get a back game, and he hasn't got it. So Rachel's position is good at the moment, that she's got the point that's 7 away from the anchor, which doesn't block Jeff, but it does make it a lot easier to clear the point safely. So it's most of the time she'll only have to give a 7 shot as the worst that can happen. Six two. Is it worth leaving the blot on the 14? It's only a 6-5, so I would play 13-5 here. She's looking at making the 8-point, and that I think is the wrong idea because it's going to be a point that's difficult to clear. So you leave more shots now and probably more shots later. So it looks like Jeff has built the hotel and just waiting for some guests to arrive. Double four. So that's a good roll for racing. The problem is if she plays safe, then she makes the 9 point, which is 6 in front of the anchor, which is the worst point to have. So she's looking at driving him forwards. So yeah, the problem is you have to leave some shots straight away with this play. So I would back it up. I don't like this play. So one option is 13-5 with one checker and then 10-2. So that's no blots and avoiding making the 9 point. Yeah, so this is maybe what she's looking at. Yeah, so she's found that play. The double four. Now Jeff's got a different defense. Now Rachel needs to point on the 1 point to get some time to clear the mid. So 5-2 doesn't do it. So it's a shot of some sort. So I think if you've got to give some shots, you want to get the midpoint cleared while you're doing it. Yeah, so I would maybe count the shots, but I'm pretty sure this is the least number. So 4s and 6-2. 2-1 is useless. So if he's hesitating here, I was thinking he was wondering about whether to give up the 18 point, but no, he's going back to his two anchors and stopping Rachel pointing on him and coming home while he's on the bar. So now Jeff wants the back checker to be freed. So always with these games, you need four checkers to make your two defensive points, and any other ones you've got there are really wasted. They're not doing anything or too much useful. So he wants a 4 or a 6 to get that guy out. So double 6 might be a little too fast. It's just about okay. So he cunningly kept the last 6 to cover his 2 point in reserve. 5-1, so 5 is bad, but okay for the moment. So now Rachel's out of spare 5s. So Jeff's sensibly considering staying on the 7 point, but I think it's pretty clear you have to move up there now. Yes, you gain on 6-5, but you lose an awful lot on 6-1. So 5s and 1s are bad for Rachel. 3-6 is none of those, none of the above. So these positions, I always think it's pretty much 100% that blue wins it, but the computer disagrees with me vehemently. It says you never win 100% of the time. 5-2, yep. So point cleared is a point not to be feared. So Rachel's plan is just to bear off safely. So this is what Mitchie calls a 0 position. So there's no numbers leave a shot. So this is interesting choice. So she can clear the 5 point, but then maybe she leaves the shot clearing the four, or she can take lots of checkers off, so she can still win after she's hit. I think I would take four off, but I certainly wouldn't be sure. I wouldn't criticize this play. It might be the computer says that I was a fool. So Rachel's got none off already. So that's four. And now she's got three on the back point. So Jeff, he's thinking about closing his board. So you gave that a bit of thought because once you've closed your board, you can never hit a second checker. The 3-2 is safe, which is good. So she needs one more roll is safe. So what is it? 3-1-4-1-5-1-6-1. So eight bad numbers, and then only 11 hits. 6-4. So that looks like it's game, set, and bananas. So very close match. So Rachel manages to steal it, and Jeff will be going to the consolation. So I'll have a quick look round and see if there's anything else that is worth commenting on. Okay, so the UK BGF have very kindly put up a page with all the results on. So you can certainly get this from the UK BGF Facebook page, which will take you to the right place. So at the moment, it seems there's two players on 5 out of 5. So Simon Moorcroft and Tony Lezard. I see Kent Goulding won his last match, so he's on 4 out of 5. So I haven't had a note as to when the next round is or what's happening at the moment. Okay, so something's coming through. So obviously the next one will be round 6, and they're saying it's going to be 1 p.m. So I'm going to take a short break for a while, and hopefully I'll be back with you at 1 p.m. UK British summertime, and we can have an interesting match then. Okay, so thanks very much for listening if you're still there, and I will catch you later, hopefully. wants to get something in direct range to cover for sure. So I think you always have a problem in these positions whether you want to build your prime from the back or the front. So at the moment, she'd like to cover the 2-point, but she wants to have a contingency that if the 2-point block gets hit, then she can build her prime from the back. And now she's got a 6 to cover, or 1 to hit, 6-4. So 6 covers is good. And then I think we need to try and get someone else in the outfield. So probably keep the back anchor. And this play she's looking at now, 21-17, I think is the right idea. So Jeff's got a big race lead in this position, but Rachel has got a big positional advantage because Jeff has played so many checkers to the 1 point. So the contact is favouring blue. So I think she should keep her back anchor, and I think this is the wrong plan. I don't think it's seriously wrong. It's a big difference. 2-3, so something's got to give here. So he hits, but has to leave another block. So Rachel's looking for a 3. 5-6, she comes in, it's good. You can make the 14-point and block the double sixes, but I kind of think maybe you want to break your other anchor. So then, no, I'm talking rubbish. So that would block 13s, which don't come up very often. So there is the double 6. And that does a very good job for turning the game round for Jeff. So now he'll be thinking about redoubling. So certainly if he can clear the 6-point, he's in brilliant shape. But on the other hand, he's got a lot of numbers will leave a shot. So he could win a gammon, but he could also lose. So now Rachel's having to think. So I've got her ahead by 14 pips. So the take, I think, is fairly easy for white. And the question is, should blue be doubling or wait a turn? I think Rachel would do well to wait here. So very difficult for her to clear the midpoint safely. So basically, most of the time next turn, she'll play 1 checker off the midpoint and leave a 9 shot. And I think if that 9 shot gets missed, that's the time she should be doubling. But this double 4 puts her way ahead, so now she's leading by 30, I think. So it will be double pass unless Jeff gets anything miraculous. My running count had it at 24 to Rachel. It's too many for Jeff, certainly. So Rachel gets on the score sheet, which is good. So now she's 8 away, which is a good score. So you like to be an even number of points away, and ideally a power of 2. So 2, 4, 8 are good scores to be, because the doubling cube naturally takes you to winning the match exactly. 2-1, you can swap or split. Make a 12 double 3, which doesn't hit. Now, the right play here is to make the advanced anchor, and then, rather than the usual play, is to play 8 to 5 twice. So you can afford to give up the 8-point for 1 roll because there's so many white blocks dotted around. So double 2, make the defensive anchor, or you can make the 5-point. Usually, covering a slot is a very high priority in backgammon, so that would usually be the right play. But Rachel's got an advanced anchor now, so if Jeff makes his 20-point, then Rachel's hits will involve giving up the anchor. And I think given his match lead, it might well be right to secure your defence and make the 20-point anchor. I think the time on this move, so with double and logs on, yeah, let's get the plan from saying, which is the best way to win the game. We don't work. This has a little risk at the moment. The problem is to do back check. He doesn't have the advanced action. Rachel might well be able to do something with driving or attacking his back checkers. If she made the 4 point, it could have left 7s and 9s. No 8s. I put that, so he should make the anchor. He does. And then he can play boldly. Now that was a good play, 13 to 7. So all Rachel takes bold, giving up the anchor. Very risky in himself. 6-1, I think she should return the compliment and play 10 to 4 and 6 to 5. Tempt him to give up the anchor. And this was something in Paul McReal's book when he talked about the golden point, and he said your opponent will very often put blocks in front of your anchor to try and tempt you off it. Six-4, she was hoping to cover with 1s, 3s or 8s, but 6-4 is absolutely useless. So she can double 2 checkers behind, is that possible? No, it's the 6 that's difficult here, isn't it? So I think you've got to go 13-7, 5-1. Really is a bad number. I guess she's looking at making the 2 point. The problem is White has tidied up at the top of the board now, so Jeff will be happy to leave the anchor with a hit. Yeah, so she's found my play. Still risks being hit with a 4, but there wasn't any alternative to that. So 2-1 is useless, so he can play 8 to 5 completely safely or finish unstacking the midpoint, but loses his spare on the 6 point, which is always a good spare to have. And now Rachel wants to save her plot, make a point. She's chosen the pure priming play, so I would have gone the other way there and just covered the 1 point. So 6-4 is a rogue hit. So that, I think, firmly puts Jeff in charge. So 2 and cover the 1 point is a good plan. One of the golden rules in backgammon is when you have a loose blot on your own 1 point, usually you've made a tempo hit to hit your opponent there, that you've got to cover the blot sometime. If you don't cover the blot, it will get hit sometime. So you've got to, although it looks ugly, you've actually got to cover the blot. At 3-4, Jeff wanted to escape his last back check, but he hasn't been able to. So he's looking at making another blocking point, or he can just play completely safely and put 2 or more on the 8 point. I haven't got a running count, but I suspect Jeff is ahead in the race. So he's looking at this pure play. So that's 3-4, 3-6, 5-4, 5-6. Although it's ugly, I would go for saving the 2 outfield blocks here, but just piling them up on the 8 point. The problem is Jeff's checker back on the 22 point is subject to attack. So if you play with too many blocks, you can find that one checker off the anchor. So two, three, 3-1, 3-2. That was perfect anyway. 6-5 is a disaster. So that's a double shot. So Rachel should definitely be double here. So she's got threes and fives. 2-1, 4-1. Yeah, so Jeff passes that very quickly. So the problem he had was there were two blots available. So if he gets both blots hit and gets gammoned on a four cube, he can lose the match immediately. So that's not to say his double was wrong in the first place. Give more than twice 1 point. So I think she was right. So that's good. One makes the 4 point. Very good roll. So Rachel's only got the upper hand at the moment. But now she would like to make the bar point. It's the next point that's best for her. So that doesn't do it, but it is. Got to the advanced anchor now. Jeff makes his 20 point. Then Rachel's hits will involve giving up the anchor. And I think given his match lead, it might well be right to see. Right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to round six of the Art Gammon UK Open. So you can see the two players are Christian Kosos and Michael Petrakis. So again, this is the fighters bracket. So both of these players have lost one match so far. So again, we're playing to 9. So 4-2 is a difficult choice. So yeah, you can make the offensive 4 point or the defensive golden point. So his play is certainly not bad. So the good bit about this is when your opponent splits their back checkers with a 2, you can come down from the midpoint with your 2 yourself, as he did, relatively safely. So the problem for black is that they can only hit with even numbers. So the 3-5 and the double 5 are blocked, and the 6-4 is heavily duplicated with making the bar point. So both players had made their golden point, which again is a mutual holding game. So double 2 is a great shot, gives him an opportunity to shift his anchor forward and cover his blot. So white will have got a good race lead with that hit, sending his opponent back 18. So white will be looking for some way just to come home safely. So I have to admit I don't have a vast knowledge about these two players. I met Christian Kosos at the UK Open many years ago, and I think he was still a teenager in those days. But I saw him playing a match this weekend, and he seemed to be playing very well there. I think it was probably a jackpot or something. So 3-5. He's got an opportunity to run off anchor, and he's looking at that. And it seems initially to be a very good play. So he's trying to lose contact, and the reason he can afford to do this is because he saved one blot, and there's still a blot in black's board. So the 3 that hits him on the 15 point is duplicated with the 3 to cover. So Christie hit and couldn't cover. So 1-2 he comes in, and I think he's right to creep up with that guy. Yeah, so he's gone that way. So again, the idea is the 3 to cover the 5 point is duplicated with the 3 to hit. So 4-5 doesn't cover the 5 point. So making a very bold play here. So I certainly wouldn't say that's wrong. That seems to have met rather a bad fate with this double 5. So he's come in and hit and covered his blot. And then I think he should remake the 8 point and probably bring the last guy out. There's nothing else to do with the last one, I think. Or he could make the 1 point. That's another play here. So the only problem with this is it leaves potential 3s and 6s return hits, which don't enter. So there'll be quite a few numbers come in and hit, but blue still has a blot on the 3 point. So double 4 comes in is the positive bit. But I think that's probably the end of the positive bits. So he could shift his anchor forward, but shortening the zone of contact is not the thing to do when you're behind in the race. I think he is still behind. So this is the pure play, but I think that play is wrong. I think he should probably just make the 2 point was the safe option. So 6-2, there's no safe play. So he can hit with the 2, but then the 6 is difficult. So I think his first play was right, just 15-7, and you should be doing very well if you're missed. So he's looking for three, and he's got a three. So he hits automatically. And there's three blots, so probably not enough to double on the chance of hitting. So 2-1, he hits on the 3-point. 4-2, he comes in and can save one blot somewhere. So 18-16 or 8-6. I think I'd probably play 18-16 just because that blot's subject to a triple shot. He'd gone that way. I think white needs to do a little bit more before doubling. So automatic hit. Need a 4 to stay alive. So 5 comes in. 2 does nothing useful. So probably 4-2. Yeah, this is doable as well. So now I think white should be doubling, and he duly is. So he's got a good race lead to fall back on if nothing impressive happens. But he's also got good attacking chances. So he has a 3-point board to his opponent's 2-point board, and he can hit with almost any number. So 1, 2, 4, 6. Now I would give this one up, to be honest. That you want to look at two things. One is what's your chance of surviving? Are you going to get wiped out very quickly? And the other one is if things go well for you, how easy is it to win the game if you get a hit? And the problem I think for blue is his home board is only 2 points, so it's the 6 and the 4, and he's not in a good position to fill in the other points very quickly. So he might have enough chance in terms of hitting, but I think the reward when things go his way isn't there. So he's seen it my way. So Michael gets a 1-point lead. So now he's 8 away, 9 away. So again, the score isn't particularly relevant at this early stage. So 3-2, 2 down from the midpoint is the more aggressive play rather than the split and down. 6-1 makes the bar. 6-4 makes the bar. They both got the bar. So 3-2. The question is, should blue split? And I think he should split now. So usually in these positions, you have to split early or not at all. So if you wait for your opponent to bring down more builders, it's too dangerous. So white's got 10 in the zone, so can't do anything constructive. So I think he's correctly looking at the double hit. Hit and split is a more positional play. So he's not going to the 1-point. So 3-2 hits, and I guess probably anchors there. So the 3-point, Michi calls it the butterfly anchor because you usually just want to fly away from there. But at the moment, certainly it's better than no anchor. So you can't get blitzed and closed out, and you can escape with a 6 directly in this position. So 3-2, white makes the same anchor. brings down a builder. That looks very sensible. So 4-5 looks useless. I hope he comes up with a constructive play rather than this play, which is what I would have done. I was hoping to learn something from that. So he very helpfully showing us what he's thinking about making the 5-point. So that looks a very good play, to be honest, that you unstack the 6 and you swap the 7 for the 5. So you don't gain a new point, you've still got the same number of points. But as we saw in the last match, you're kind of tempting your opponent off the anchor so that you can attack him. So this play, I certainly don't think is bad either. 5-3, this looks awful. So he can't move his back checkers at all, and White's 3-point makes it very difficult for him to move anything else. That's one play giving 6s. 2-3, and that's useless. So they seem to be competing for who can get the worst roll in this game. So yeah, that looks like the right play. Making the 11-point is not part of your prime, but it is aiming at the 5-point, which is the next point you want. So 3-4 might as well point on head. 2-1 in useless roll. So you swap the 11 for the 10, so the 10-point is better in terms of blocking. It's aiming at the 4 and the 5 he wants to make. 6-2, it does hit at the top of the board, so we're going to classify this as a good roll. So now he's got off the anchor and got one man back. So another checker goes back. So now it's 2 back. And 3-1, he can enter and hit. And it's just how to do it. So I think I would enter with the 1 and then hit with the 3. So one more blot playing this way. But you do get the 3-point anchor, which is some insurance. So 2-4 comes in and hits. Level 4, usually a good roll, but seemingly not so much here. So his 3-point checkers are blocked. His stack on the 6-point he can't unstack. And that I hate putting so many checkers there. I would have settled with 8-4 there. Difficult to see how many checkers aren't on the 8-point. Right, so Michael's made the 5. So 2, 4, 6, 7. So there's 7 not on the 6-point, so there's got to be 8 there. I think White's getting close to a double here. 2-1, we're playing 6-4, I think. And then the question is, do we hit or do we improve our anchor? And I'm pretty sure that the right play is to make the 21-point anchor. Yeah, so now he's done it. It looks very good. So White's doubling. So he's got a nice position. I don't think he's got enough of a race lead to justify doubling here. The Blues Blue's back checker on the 22 point can get out with a 6. So that, I think, is one good point about his position. So he's down to 7 on the 6 point now. He'd still like to get some more off there. The 6-4, we can point on head on the 2 point, but I'm pretty sure you get the back checker out here. I think the reason why it was a take for Blue is because he's got this good anchor, and that when you've got the 4 point anchor, Chris Rogers, I think, summarized it very well by saying it's all about the race. So the 4 point in itself is giving you a take if the race isn't too bad. So Blue's position looks very ugly with this big stack on the 6 point, but he's not aiming to restrain White or to attack or anything. He's really just aiming to keep the race within reach. All 3 makes the 5 point. That's the good bit. So he can go on from there to the 2 point. Yeah, so he's seen he's got to do that. Or he comes into the 6. So he's got lots of 5s. He's not going to be forced to break the anchor. Could get squeezed on 3s. So 3s are potentially difficult for Blue. Or 1, that's a good roll. Yeah, so he's played it quickly. So he's put a spare on the 5. So Blue really just sits around doing nothing for a while and takes his chances to get double 5 sometime. So 6-2, no 6. Should we cover the 2 or unstack the 6? I think they're probably quite close. So I think the only number that's dynamic is a 5-6. The Blues forced up his anchor with 5-6, but that's the only number I think forces him to do it. I've done a quick pip count, so I think Blue is slightly ahead in the race, so he's comfortable for the moment. That's the fact he's a long way behind means White's got plenty of checkers to move for the moment. So Blue's got up to a 5-point board, so he can consider running off the anchor for the moment if he gets the opportunity. But I think it's far from clear you should be doing that. Yeah, so that's a good play. It's tempting to strip the 10 point, getting ready to clear it, but given the fact that we're still behind in the race, we probably want to keep the 10 point for a while to stop Black running. He didn't spend much time about that, but certainly wouldn't say it's wrong. The problem is, if he didn't run, then he's got to break his board. So white can attack, can hit and cover, but it leaves three blots. But I think he's got to do that. I think if he just plays safe, I guess it hinges on the race. Six, six. Usually good for the race, but not here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 6. At 5-1, he's missed again. So now he can hit loose with only two blots. The blue wins if he hits and loses if he doesn't. So 4-2 is a hit. Now I think white fans, blue will be too good to double. I think he's too good a player to double this. So certainly there's 9 numbers of 1s, 2s and 3s don't jump, but looks like it's only double 2 and double 3 force him to weaken his board. There's not an enormous gammon chance if he hits, but I think the gammon chance is much higher than his losing chance. So 5-3, you jump the prime and then stay attacking the blot. So probably 6-3. And if you go past the blot, then really the question is why didn't you cash the point last time? The gammons are very minimal here. So now he's got to double. Is there enough hitting chance? I think it's much too small. Good triumph for the 4-point anchor there. So 7 away, 8 away. Still a long way to go, no major difference on the scores. Six, 5 runs. Double 1, yeah, so that's the right play. So this has an effect. It makes blue's next 6-5 rather awkward. So double 4, I think we just make the 5. Now white's looking for 5 to remake the 8, which he does. So is it too dangerous to split now? No, I think maybe it is too dangerous to split. Yeah, so there's 10 in the zone. So he's concentrating on the priming is the right plan, I believe. So double 4 again. No, he's probably very glad he didn't split. So now you've got to make the board. Yeah, so it's not pure, but if you keep rolling big doubles, you've got to keep moving forwards. Okay, 3-2 now. It's definitely too late to split. So 10-5 is reasonable, or 7-11. You'd like to make the 10 point, but then there's not really a good 2. 5-4, 2 down. It's 2 hits. Yes, so he's well spotted. Nothing compares to this. 5-2 comes in and hits, I think. So we've got a much stronger board and checkers to attack with. 1-4, so 1 hits is good. 4, we just save a blot, 11-7. So now blue needs an advanced anchor. 1-5 is really bad. So he comes in and then has to expose some blots. So now I think it's double and pass, unless white thinks it's too good. I guess he can't see anything going wrong in one roll, which is good reason to wait. This is the priming play. And the alternative would be rolling the prime forward, making the 4 and the 3. I guess you're going to make the 3 anyway. So usually you play the half of the move that's forced first, and then follow up with the second half. So this does look very strong indeed. So we're not priming the checker on the 2 point, but we are priming the 2 on the 1 point. 1-6. Making the 23 is what you want to do defensively, but then you don't have a good 6. If you come out with the 6, you've got a good 1. And so maybe this is interesting. So he's counter priming. So Michael has seen enough of this. He's seen blue's got too much chances. Okay, so he passes quickly, correctly. So now it's 2-2. So effectively a 7-point match. Or 2 makes the 4 point. We all know that. Now that's a good priming play. So blue should be looking to split next time if he can't do anything else that's good. So 6-5 runs again. 5-2. So he replaces the builder on the 8. It's good. And you should split with the 2 here, I think. It's tempting to play 13-11 to stop the last checker escaping. But this plan as well is the idea of sending second checker back again. 1-2. Can't play it all at the back. So no, I think 13-11. So this is leaving 7s and 9s. It's an awful lot compared to the 8s and 10s where lots of things were blocked. So double 3 is very good. So he can hit with the double 3, but is there anything better than that? Making the 5 and the 3 looks like it's a very strong play offensively. Whereas hitting on the 10, and then you play 13-10. So he's settled for this. So it's certainly a good play. I'm not sure if making the board was better or not. 3-4, 3's okay. Yeah, and this play I call the decoy and diversion. So if white wants to make the 5 point, then we can roll a 6 and just get out and make our own anchor. So here we can make the 5, or we can hit on the 7, or we can save all his blots with 15-10 and then move the back one. So you can see how this decoy and diversion did its job there, that it stopped white from making the 5 point. So this, my initial thought is it's a pass. So if you look at the position, he's taking it right. So yes, if you look at what black's done in this game, he's moved one of his back checkers back 1 pip, whereas white has made the 4 point and the 10 point and escaped 1 checker. So I think white just has too many advantages. Not that any one of them is particularly brilliant, but it's an awful lot of advantages. So this is a good exchange for blue, but I still don't think he's out of the woods yet as far as the position's concerned. Double 2 comes in. He can make the five, or he can try blitzing. So he's got 12 checkers in the zone, so blitzing is not a bad idea. Yeah, or he can do nothing. Now, I don't think doing nothing is a good idea. Double aces, so the blitzing would have suffered a pretty bad fate. So this play, he wants 5 ones, so he wants to make the anchor with 2 of them and make the 5 point with 2 of them and make the bar point with 1 of them. So he's got to give up on one of these things. So I would make the anchor and the 5 point, and that way, once we've got the anchor, we know we can't get blitzed, so we're in the game for a while. We're still trying to prime our opponent, and we're going to be behind a lot in the race, so being hit with a 3 is not a disaster. We could point on the 4 point, but I think that's a pretty bad play. So it doesn't make the 5 point, it's the main flaw, and it doesn't make the anchor. So again, this plays low down on my list. I think you either make the bar or the anchor. There's a slower approach of making the anchor and the bar and then just playing one off the midpoint. So that's the safest play, but doesn't really do a lot towards winning. 5 hits for sure. Yeah, so that's fine. I'd probably have played 9 to 4. This is okay. Yeah, so I think coming in on the 22 is under the gun a bit too much. So blue's got some even indirects at the top, so that's a hitter at the top if he wants to. So I think you've got to hit here. It's, you switch from being the guy with 2 checkers back to 1 to being the guy with 1 checker back against 2. Or 4 fans. So he's right to have a think here, but I think he's turned the game round his favourite, but I don't think he's favourite by enough. He's still only got a 2 point board, so the blitzing is not very likely, even with a lot of checkers in the zone. And White's prime is pretty strong already. So when you're faced with these decisions, you want to think as to what's a good role for me, what's going to improve my position, and will it still be a take next time? So if you will get a good sequence and your opponent you still haven't missed your market, then the signal is you shouldn't be doubling now. You can improve your game and your opponent will still take next time. Okay, so he goes for it. So I'm pretty sure White should be taking this. The scary thing is the cube's quite big now. So 7 away, and the cube's on 4. So gammon will win the match. So double one is a brilliant roll, I think. No, it's a bit short again. So we can make a safe play of making the bar, or we can make a slightly more bold play of making the five. So I think you should make the five here, and probably slotting the bar is a bit too risky. But maybe you can play 13-12 and get another builder. So then you've got four builders for which for the next roll. I think this is a little too safe. I think the problem is you haven't made the 5 points, so you've got this big gap in your prime. So there's no risk at all with this play, but as I say, I don't think you've achieved as much as you could have done. So now, would White take the cube if you cubed him here? Maybe you have lost your market. So 6-4 gets the last guy out. It's a brilliant shot. Now White needs some defense. So 3-2, he'll make the anchor, I think. So now White has removed all the gammon losses, I think. 5-6 is useless. So you've just got to pile the checkers up somewhere relatively safely. So maybe 12-6 and 13-8. Leave nothing. Michael is sensibly going about making the 5 point. So that's a point he's going to need to win the game. 5-4. And now I think you clear the 14 point while you can. Does it go anywhere safely? No. Okay, so I guess this is right. Double five, good for the race. So this I'm not sure about. I mean, most of them are right, but you could have skipped one of the 10-5s and made the 1 point. The point is always better than the blots. Okay, so 6-3. So the three, I think, is 4-1. I mean, it's a dilly builder at the moment, so you might as well get it doing something. So now you're leaving 6-5 only. 6. He can race, but I don't think he wants to. Yeah, and leave the guy out on the 8 point. So you have a 6 to play next time. You're not forced off the anchor with every 6. 4-3 can play safely, but doesn't make any points. So the race looks reasonably close, but the 22 point isn't the place to play a race from. So I think he's got to come up to the 20 point here. That I think makes his position a lot better. And then he's got much better racing chances. So I got White 12 behind before the roll. So after this 8, he's only 4 pips behind. So he's got a very comfortable take here. It looks like he got to the 20 point just in time. The 2-1, yep, 2 crossovers, can't be much wrong with that. So now White needs to bring both out, and that's a very good way to do it. So that looks best. All 1. We want to make the 5 points, so that's 3, 4. So now maybe we should count this. 76, 81. So 5 pips by my reckoning. So that's not enough to recube, but it is a big cube, isn't it? We don't, if we redouble now, we don't fear the cube ever coming back. It's the positive thing. So they both used hardly any time, and this is definitely the time to use your clock, and because this is the crucial decision that might affect the match. Still had it as a lead of 5-2. Now the lead is 12. Now the lead's 6. I think it's 6 in about 80. Yeah, so it's not a terrible cube by any stretch of the imagination. Normally, when you double your opponent, there's a great fear that with one lucky roll they can turn it round and then you'll be faced with a redouble. But as I say, this is for the match. So if he passes, then he's effectively 4-0 down to 7, which is pretty much 25%. So it's really, does he have 25% from here? I think perhaps he did have 25, but maybe he saw it differently. So that was unlucky for Christian, but I think I said at the time he should have made the 5 point when he had the chance. And he was unlucky that his opponent managed to get an anchor and then creep up to the 5 point and then get a double. But when you've made the 5 point, your opponent can't go there. The double 3 is blocked at the top, so that's right. Okay, so we should talk about the score: 7 away, 3 away. So we're a long way behind. We've got to try and catch up. So 4-1, that I think is wrong. I think you should split with the 1 because there are only 8 in the zone at the moment. So the attack is pretty weak. But if you give black one more roll to bring the checkers in the zone, then effectively you can't split anymore. So that double 6, that should win the game. So 3-2 is useless. Double and pass. Right, so 6-3. 3 away, 6 away. So we still need twice as many points as our opponent, which is usually a good sign to say that you have to double aggressively. And this is bad. When your opponent makes the 5 point, he's threatening to prime you, so you've got to do something about that. So the right play is to split with the 2 and duplicate the 5 as he needs to improve his distribution. Okay, so double 4, you can't move the back checkers. You can't do anything. You can make the 5 point, but that involves giving up the midpoint, so that's too high a price. So I think you make the 4 and the 2 here and say, okay, you're going to prime me, but I'm going to have a strong board when the hitting starts. So it's easy for me to come up with the plays very quickly because I don't have to pay the price of getting them wrong. And I don't know how fast they're going to play. Perhaps if I had much longer to think about it, I might make a different play. But I'm giving you the play I think is right from the off. So eights and tens hit 5-1. Doesn't do much, but it's nice for our distribution. We've flattened everything out there, but we still got 5 on the midpoint. 6-2. He's pointing over there. He's thinking it should make a point, and it should, but it doesn't. So now's a good time to be splitting, I think. I think 11-9 and then split with the 6. So you safety all the other blocks before you split. So now you can see the problem is white's got 2 checkers back to blue's 1, and that blue's got a much better priming formation than white's because white's made the 2-point. So definitely worth thinking about cubing here. So as blue, I think you've got the edge, and the question is, have you got enough of an edge to double now, or do you need to wait a roll or two for it to improve? So I think he's right. I think if you're trailing and you need twice as many points, you want to have the cube on 2 than just try and catch up 3 points one at a time. So 5-1, that's a good shot. We hit, and yeah, we could have slotted the bar, but I don't think it's necessary yet. So yes, it would have been hit. The 4 comes in. So I guess we'd like to make the bar here. That's our number one goal. And 5-1 does that precisely. So 2 choices here. We can make the 5, or we can run one of the back checkers out. So this leaves us, primes are about level, but we've got 2 back to 1, and he's got a shot. Or if we come out, that really looks the way to go for me. That getting involved in this priming battle is, we've definitely got the worst of it in the priming battle. At least if we try and escape, then we can try and keep the last blue checker trapped. So I think that was a very good play. 2-4 makes the 4-point. I think we're still liking our play of running out. Yeah, so we've made the 5 again. One useful rule about these positions when you have choices is to ask yourself, how likely am I to be able to do the other one next time? So it's, if I get the back checker out, how many builders have I got to make the 5 next time? What you'd like to do is have the best of both worlds and make both good plays. And you can see if he'd have made the 5, then blue would have made the 4-point, and we'd never have got the one of the 2 back checkers out. So 3-5, he's come up with the 3 and can't find a 5, so I think you've got to go all the way. So at least if he gets sent back, it's not the end of the world. He's just back where he started. So he's survived that scare. Yeah, so that's fine. 4-1, we can play safe. We need a very good argument to be persuaded why we're not playing safe. All 5 is good for the race, but not very good for the fate of the checker on the 24-point. So now blue should slot the back of the prime if he gets the opportunity. So a 3 or a 4. So he's only paying a 2-6, and there's 2 blots at the top of the board as well. So I think we should go all in and play one off the midpoint. So we're we've got more chance of covering it next time. So he sees it the same way. So 2-6 is the only scary number. So he thinks that's quite fun. So you can certainly win if you hit. And there's 9 numbers where your opponent will dance. I think if you don't hit, you're probably conceding a single. And if you do hit, can it be worse than that? It certainly can be. And you're leaving 3s and 4s in board and 2s, 3s, 4s outside. So yeah, I think you have to gamble and hit and cross your fingers. The score is arguing against it, is I think a lot of the reason why he didn't do it. Make the 6 prime is good, and then try and roll it forwards. So that's not clear to me that you get to the edge. That blue would like to roll the prime forwards, and he doesn't mind hitting you while he does it. So double 5, not perfect. You've got to roll the prime forwards. You point on head, and then make the 2 point. So it looks risky, but it's only 1-6. So if you think you can win the game after leaving 2 shots, I think that's a very good deal. Well, the play doesn't look too bad. It does at least put the builders in the right places. So they both go to the dark points. So then we've got 4 builders aiming at the front. So like I say, it's not too bad, but I think you have to take your chance now. And I was talking to someone last week and said the time to do these things is when your opponent is on the bar. So if you wait for him to come in, it's going to be a lot harder. Well, there it is. It's a miracle. Well, I suppose if one player can do it, perhaps the other one can. Well, half of it came in and hit, so you can't complain about that. Now we ask him if he can roll the 1-6 again. So we need a 6 to get out now, or 2 to make the prime would be good. Double 5 is the worst, I would say. So are we going to leave him 6-1 or 6-3? 6-1 is duplicated. I think 6-3 is giving him an extra number. So now it's just a competition who gets the 6 first. And I think the odds are your 60-40 favourite, or near enough if you're the one on roll. That could be 2-1. So I certainly don't want to walk into double 6. Neither does he. 6. So we'd like to pick and pass with a 3 or 5. But we haven't managed it. So now if we come into the 5, then the big doubles will leave a shot. So I think we play 11-5 and then move that one on to the 4 point. Still pick and pass. Guess you've got to leave 6-5 next time. So two checkers closed out is 40% gammons. So they're not actually closed out here. They're 6 points already opened. So we take one off, and then we take a second one off from the 4 point. That's three of them. And then exactly 5-3 is 100% safe. All 4, 5, 6 leave shots. There's one of them. And fours is 11 numbers, 30%. It's fanned. So now the gammon, I think, is guaranteed, and there's a small chance of a backgammon. 5-1. Yeah, so that's safest. White's still stuck. So backgammon will win the match exactly. 6-5 is two off. So white would like to enter with one here. That way he can get a shot and save the backgammon, hopefully. Best of both worlds. The double one is brilliant. So, yeah, this is the best play, taking three off. So it keeps the backgammon chances alive. So he's out. So there's only 10 numbers missed for black. There it is. Amazing. So that was a very quick match, but it shows Michael, who was playing white, he had this chance to hit with a 2-6 and take a gamble that he might get gammoned, and he turned it down. And as it was, he ended up getting backgammoned. So thank you very much for listening. And while we had a break, I had a look at the comments on the video. So I'm very grateful for your appreciation that people said good things about my commentary last year, which is why they invited me back. So um, you've only really got yourself to blame. slower approach of making the anchor and the bar and then just playing one off the midpoint. So that's the safest way, but doesn't really do a lot towards winning. Five hits for sure. I, I probably have played knight to four. It's okay. I think coming in on 22 is under the gun a bit too much. Right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Art Gammon UK Open. This is round 7 with Kevin Peters against Simon Moorcroft. So, according to my reckoning, Tony Lezard is the only undefeated player at the moment. So, I think he will be one of the two finalists. And I think we have a total of 9 people in the fighters bracket with one loss so far. So as usual, it's 9 point match, 2 minutes a point, and 12 seconds delay. Right, so 6-3 opening. The split and down. 2-1 hits. And I think it's correct to play off the midpoint when you've got a stripped 8 point. So you want to be able to still fight for the bar point. And the problem now is because you've only got 2 on the 8 point, you won't be keen on hitting on the bar with a 1. And here's the case in point. So it's an awkward number. I think you have to hit, irrespective of how how dangerous it is giving up the 8 point. I think letting your opponent play his full role is a bit too much. So yes, this is good original play. It didn't occur to me, but it's duplicating odd numbers. So if you have a look, you'll see blue can only hit with ones, threes, and fives. So double six is not a good choice of roll. So I think you have to point on the 1 point here, that you really need a tempo play to try and exploit White's 4 blots. So not hitting gives, I think it lets White off the hook a bit. So 2-1, yes, we hit and cover, yeah. So you can make the 20 point, but I think you're okay playing a fence for the moment. So 4-6 comes in and hits at the top. And White's got twos and fives at the top and fives at the bottom. So 1-6 is really bad. So he comes in, and I think you should come off the 20 point. Maybe you can play 22-16. So you don't really want to give blue a good 6. Yeah, so I think I would play 22-16. This is perfectly reasonable as well. Blue's only got a 1 point board, so I think he's right to wait for the moment. So 6-2. You can save both blots at the top by making the 16 point, or you can play aggressively by making the 4. And I think he's correct to make the 4. So we've got an awful lot of checkers in the zone. So it puts a lot of pressure on White to save something before the roof caves in. So 5-6 hit and make the bar is clear. 4-6. So 4 makes the anchor. I would just throw one down to the 2 point on the basis it's only one blot. And the anchor is there as long as we choose to keep it. So 4-2. So we can make the 20 points somehow. I think I'd probably make the 22. This is reasonable, but I think having only one anchor still leaves you open to too much of an attack. Okay, so double 6, certainly a racing number. So we can blitz, but I think we should definitely go out with 2 of them and probably all the way. So that leaves a 1 shot, and I think we have a good double if he doesn't find the 1. Or we could cover the 2 point, but then it's rather hard to come home. So this play, I think, is top. So 6-4 is a miss. Yeah, so getting a checker out is right. So now I think black should double. I mean, he's got a good race lead, and he's still got the blot to save on the 2 point, so there's definitely some chances of a hit. I'm going to stick my neck out and say I think this is a take. So first of all, black's got to be able to cover his blot safely, and then we've got our goalkeeper back on the 24 point. So I thought that was a comfortable take. But first game of the match, it's almost universal that people play badly in the first game while they're settling down. So 6-3 splits, the same as last game, but the other way around. Double 3, there's lots of alternatives here. And I think the right answer is you just simply make the bar point. So, I mean, when I started playing backgammon, Joe Dweck had a book out, and he said the right play here was to hit on the 7 and make the 5. And then when the computer came out, it said it didn't like that play. So this is the best play, I think, is what he did, is making the bar. So that leaves you 3 points and no blots. And the other play makes the 5 point, but it does leave you with 2 points and 2 blots. Okay, so 6-1 is not much good. So we want to split our back checkers somehow, so that looks a reasonable way to do it. So white's looking for 2s or 4s to cover. So 4 covers, and 5 just comes down from the midpoint. Three, 2 makes a point, so we can have the 4 or the 5, and it's usually right to make the better prime and not worry about the distribution. So unstacking the 6 gives you a position that looks nicer, but you have a hole in your prime. So the solid prime takes precedence, I think, is the usual rule. So 6-5 is a bad number. So we have to hit on the 2 point. And the question is, do we hit on the 1 point as well? I wouldn't, and he would. But that's not to say he's wrong. So there's a cue and a snatch, which seems fair enough, given they've both got 2 point boards. So 5-4 comes in with 1. So white does have 10 checkers in the zone, so he's not badly positioned to attack. So 6-3 hits and covers, I imagine. I think we certainly cover with the 6, and then the choice is, do you come to the edge or hit again? And I think hitting again is right. 6-4 pans. And now white stands well. So 6-2 covers the 5. I'm sure that's right. Now blue, I think, has to perform. The double 5 pans. So can we redouble now? You've got fives to cover. I think you should redouble now. So 2-1, come to the edge of the prime and get more covers. 1-4, he's still alive. Now I wouldn't double as white. You've only got half your roll to attack with, so 4-3. Maybe we just make the anchor, yeah. 3-6, blue comes in, and one of them has to come out. Maybe if we come out with the front one, we're leaving fours and fives. We come out with the back one, we leave twos, threes, sixes. It's three numbers. So he sees it the same way. So fours and 12s to hit that one. Now, I don't think you can recube when your opponent's on the board. I mean, I think the strength of the double earlier was that he had 1 or 2 on the bar. So 6-1 is useless, so we come out with 6 and find something to do with the 1, probably 5-4. So the reason why I'm staying on the 15 is I like to be in communication with the back point. So I get some return hits with 6s if he hits me. 5-4. Well, the back check is stuck, but the front runner can go to safety. Three, 5, point on head. So putting your opponent on the bar against a 5-point board is very, very strong. Really fans. So now I think maybe white can certainly think of doubling. So he's got to get 2 over the prime, but he's got 2 numbers to do it. Maybe it's a bit early, but yeah, so double and take, it seems perfectly reasonable. So double 2-3 rather. So that does nothing. He's not in range of the 3-point. So white needs 5s or 6s to jump out he's aiming for. So there's a 5. So he's got to jump while the chance is there. So that leaves a lot of 3s. So the longer blue gets stuck on the bar, the closer white can get to home. So yeah, we could switch there. We could have played 4-3 twice. We could have played 5-3 twice, but that would have been stupid when he was going to roll double 5. Okay, 5-3, we get the last one out. Yeah, so 4-2 minimizes builders, but it is 100% safe. 4-2, now we can make the 9. So that's 6 away from the gap. And that gives us another builder to make the 3-point or to pick and pass if he comes in. So now white will be looking to clear the midpoint with a reasonable number. Yeah, so you could do that, or you could bring 2 down. So 1-3-6 are our builders to make the point. 5-1 is no good. So 13-8, and anyone takes your fancy, I guess. Yeah, that looks good. So the double six plays well, and the double five is not too bad at all. Okay, 1 3 4 6 3 4. He makes it. So now we've got to try and figure out what the gammon chances are. So one checker closed out is normally 5% gammons. And there was a Norwegian girl, Hannah Thorson, who told me her rule that you can increase your gammons by 2% for each outfield pip your opponent needs to go home. So here you can see blue's got to go 14, 16, 18, 21 pips. So that would be an extra 42%. So we're basically even money to win the gammon. Now that seems a very strange play. So clearing the six would be the hoping he comes in and out of our hair. And the gammon winning play would be clearing the 4 point. But this has worked out smoothly. So blue's got to come in quickly now. So he's in is important. And the 3 is not so bad. The white has 11 left, and blue needs 12 crossovers. So 5 4. We have to make 2 crossovers. Yeah. So that looks good, nicely spread out and no pips wasted. So 2 crossovers. Blue, it's mandatory for blue to make 2 crossovers. So he's got 8 crossovers left to white's 7 checkers. So blue can just save the gammon if he makes his crossovers every time. So that's wasting a pip. So I think I would have gone 13 7. 6 2. 2 is correct. Now you must come down with a 6, surely. So the other thing is white is allowed to roll doubles. I mean, he's consistently avoided rolling doubles so far. So 6 2, he's going to make 2 crossovers. So now it looks like double 4 is the main misser. And 4 2 doesn't seem to work. And 4 1 doesn't work either. Well, he's got them all home, which is something. Why has he got 8 points for that? Because the cube was on 4, right? It was a recube. So it could be a pretty quick match. So we're Crawford already. I didn't think it was a good take when he took it, but having said that, I think the punishment was rather harsh. So Crawford game, we have a look. Are gammons valuable for the trailer? And they certainly are here. So at the moment, if there's no gammons, then blue needs 6 games, 6 wins to catch up. Okay, so hit and split, I think, is right here. On the basis it does 2 good things. So we hit and we split, which beats making the 5 point, which is one very good thing. So we figured out blues gammons were valuable. So double 2, you usually make the 4 and the 11. So making the 4 is the first half is clear. And then making the 11, I think, is too big. So that's giving him 3s and 5s. It's not a terrible play by any means because he's keen on winning gammons. So we can blitz or prime, and I think blitzing is the right idea because it's the way we defend our position. So if you're blitzing, I think you probably make the 4 as well rather than the 9. So I liked 2 and 4 there. 6-2 fans is terrible. The white wants a 3 over 5, so there's a 5. And that means he's survived the attack. And he's just trying to get out, so that's a good plan. I was thinking I'd play 8-7, but certainly his play is perfectly reasonable, might well be better. 1-3 makes the 5 on the head. 6-2 fans again. 5-4. We can make the 4. We'll get the back guy out. Yeah, so I think that's the natural play, even with the gammons not being worth anything for white. 6-4. So since we're working to close him out, I'd be playing 13-7 with my 6. Now we can make the 3, or we can hit loose. So 6-1. Do we go for the closeout here, or simply try and win? I think this is probably right. I'm not sure I'd be brave enough to do it. Okay, double 3. He's right back in it. So the good thing for blue is it doesn't cost him anything to get gammoned. So 11-8 is the safe play. Is that better than hitting? There's a big upside on this with the three white blots in the outfield. So 5-2 comes in and makes the bar, I guess. 6-2, pick and pass and cover. It's a very good number, and he could hit at the top. I think this is the right play. And the fan. Now blue's looking for an 8. 5-1. So he should jump out here, I'm sure. I would play 11-10. Yeah, so it's a lot of duplication of 5s with this play. So 1-5. You have to come in and hit, I'm sure. And we still have a stronger board. We've got a 4-point board to a 3-point board. Number 2 fans. Now white wants to cover. 4-1 can't cover the 1 point. So why isn't he making the 8? He's got there. So that makes a 5 prime and saves 2 blots. That's the positive thing with that. So double 5 covers is good. The next 2 are not quite so good. So now blue could be back in it if he can enter. So he has entered. So 13-8 looks my initial play. Can slot the 5 point, but don't think we have to do it yet. So white might break this roll, but no, he's found a play he can handle. So 1-3-6 is needed to hit. 3-2 hit, and 8-6 gives us better to build a distribution. So there's some bad entering numbers here. And that looks like one of them. So 1, 2, 3, and 5 at the top. 5 is what we wanted. So now there's a choice that 8 to 7 is going to win most games, but 6 to 5 is going to win most gammons. So 5, 2, we have to make the anchor, then expose another blot. The 3's hit. 3 is good. So white's still got a 4-point board, so I think I'd play both of those back 2 checkers out. Don't want to be attacked with 1s and 2s when he comes in. Okay, so I missed the roll. He's got a 5-1, so he's entered with the 5. Clearly right, and the 1 doesn't matter. So white's still got his 4-point board. Six, 5. So he wants to save some blots. So he can't make a very good point. That's probably as good as any. So 3, 2. 6, 2. Pretty useless. And that looks like the right play. Or 2, he comes out and keeps his board. That's sensible. So 6s and 1s to hit, and both of them. So I guess we point on it. Or we could pick and pass. No, we can't. Okay, so that's safe. So blue would still like white to break his board a bit before the hitting starts. I think white's still got a perfectly reasonable game here with holding his 4-point board. I imagine the race isn't too bad for him here. So black's basically got to hold tight for the moment. There's 6 to 1, I would think. That gives us still quite a few attackers, but the good point is on the 1 that if we get hit on the 1, that he's a long way from getting over the prime there. Five one comes in, and probably 2 to 1. Again, not a lot of difference with his plays. 5 2, that looks a bit awkward. He can play 7 to 2 and 3 to 1. I think we need to keep the blockade as much as we can. Yeah, so this takes an attacker away from the 6-point. That's why I liked 3 to 1. that we kept a spare on the 6. So 5-4. So this one we can bring 2 out. And that's the double falcon, as Mitchy called it. So we leave 1s and 2s, so 20 shots, but we're in great shape if we're missed. So he's likes that idea, and I think he's right. So now Blue's got to hit and cover 2 blots. So he's hit, and he can cover 1 blot. So this is definitely right. He's still got to try and win, and he doesn't cost him anything if he gets gammoned. The 4-2 hits. Yep, and get 1 closer to home. So the checker on the 23 is still trapped. 6-4 comes in. We'd like to duplicate the 3 he needs to come up with, but we can't seem to do that. So I'm not sure about this or whether we should play 11-7. So 4-4, he's not out. I'd go back with that rather leave 2, rather, yeah. So he should leave 1 on the 7 and have no blots in board. So 6-3, we can make it or we can slot it. Yeah, so I like this. Not the 2 point. Why are we trying to make the 2? We need the 5 to win. The 2 is not important at all. So the trouble with this is it gives him 2s to hit and 5s to escape. So this is best of both worlds. So now all the blots have disappeared and 6-5 won't even hit. So that is a terrible number. So there's no safe play whatsoever. So we should cover the 2 point, minimize shots, I think. So that would be 9-4. Yeah, I'm sorry if my commentary is a bit strange. So there's a intermittent lag on the stream I'm seeing. So he's just got to try and race. So 2 crossovers is the best you can do. Double 3 should finish it. So it was 3-2, right? So while the stream's not very good, I can't actually comment on the plays too well. That basically they roll the dice and then the checkers disappear, and then I get a chance to see what's happened. So double 6, that's a beautiful roll. Brilliant. So now he's 8-10. So he's doing well if he never misses. White's got 8 and black's got 8, but black can't afford to miss at all. And he can't afford white to roll a double. Unless he gets a big double himself. So it's 6s or better. The 6-3 is 2 off. And that's it. So that was a very quick match. So just to let you know, the plan is I'm going to be doing commentary tomorrow, starting from around 10 o'clock, 10:15 when they start. So a very short match. I mean, this one, it was basically decided by the 8 cube, and The one before was a backgammon with the cube on two. Okay, so thanks very much for watching, and I will definitely, or almost definitely, see you tomorrow morning. I'm not quite sure what's happening today, whether there's going to be another round today, but we'll wait and see what turns up on the screen. So, as I was saying before, that Tony Lazard, I think, is the one undefeated player who will be in the final tomorrow. And before this round, I thought there were nine players who were still in contention with only one loss. So, how many rounds they're going to fit in today or tomorrow, I'm not sure. But certainly all the favourites have gone out at this stage. So, the three top British players, Gaz and Pete Heskett and um, Chris Bray, and the two top foreigners I thought was Paul van Dyk from Holland and KG. But KG has got the final of the mega jackpot to look forward to this evening. Right, so thank you very much for watching, and we'll see what comes next. Morning. Hello, everyone. Welcome to round 8 of the Art Gammon UK Open. So you can see the players are Tony Lezard and Saba Dade. White has opened with a 2-1 slot. Black rolls a 5-2, so he splits and comes down. 6-5 covers the 5 point. And I think you should hit off the 3 here, which he does. 3-6 hits and carries on, I believe. White 3-2 comes in, can't hit, but he anchors. 3-1 and save the blot, but making the 5 point is definitely right. 3-1 hits. 5-1 comes in. 13-8, I think, just come down. So at the moment, both players have made their 5 points, but White's had a third checker sent back. And this double five is it's definitely not very good. So it's an awful lot of pips, which means he's probably losing any priming battle he gets into. So double two is very good. So that's definitely the right idea, but I think the wrong execution. So I think you should play 6-4 twice and then probably 8-6 and 13-11. So double five again is way too fast. So now black has definitely got the edge because he's actually behind in the race. So he thinks it's enough to double. So white's position is a mess, but hasn't gone downhill enough yet. So he thinks yes. So that's the first point to blue. So I should say at this stage that I misled you earlier in saying that Tony Lezard is the only unbeaten player had got to the final, but it turns out they're actually playing, I believe, technically a double elimination Swiss tournament. So every player plays every round until there's only one player with one loss remaining. Okay, so 6-3 splits, 6-2 hit and split, 4-3 hit. Double five, there's a hit outside, and I think you just point on the 1 point. So he does that. So he doesn't have a pure position anymore, but two on the bar gave him an advantage for the moment. So they both come in. So 6-2, I think you just hit twice. So these two seem to be pretty speedy players. 2-1 brings one in. So can we double yet? So I think we've only got 9 in the zone. So I think it's not a double yet. Close to it, but the problem is we've only got a 2.5 point board. So when we roll next time, we're going to have to use one of our dice to cover the 5 point if it's available. Certainly worth looking at. And 3-5, he can cover the 5 or point on the 3. So I think you cover the 5 as a better point and then decide what to do with the 5. So that's just coming down. So I think the other play would be 15-10. So that gives us another builder on the 4, but it leaves the 8 point stripped. So 2-4, that's a good roll. So he comes in and anchors. So that prevents any immediate problems. So this looks like 3-2. So that's certainly a bad roll. So previously I said hitting behind the anchor is usually a bad idea, and I'm not sure if that isn't true here as well. So black's got the stronger board, but what's his gain when he hits on the 3 point? The checker wasn't particularly well placed nor badly placed on the 3 point. So if it comes in with a 2, I think he's done well, but if it comes in with a 4, then he's done badly. I think rather than hitting, you should be concentrating on moving your back checkers somehow. And he's gone for the hit 4-1. We come in with the 4 and slot the 5. So double 5 covers is good, and the other 3 are really bad. So unfortunately, because he made the 22 points, those checkers are stuck. So he can play 15-5, but then he's got a bad last one. I think you have to play 13-8 and then decide which one of the checkers to save. Yeah, so this is a good way of looking at it. So he can play 13-8, or he can give up the 8 point. 2-5 doesn't cover the 5, and the normal play you make is to shift and make the 3 point, but black's got that point already. So because black's got a 4-point board, Tony's forced to play relatively safely. Black's thinking of doubling and is doubling. And I think this is an easy take because we're not on the bar yet. But this 2-6 hitting 2, it's a very strong argument for the double. So now black's got to try and get his checkers round. I think you've got to bring the back guy out here. Or 2. So that's good, it comes in. 21-6 was my initial thought. And that's what he goes with. So now it's okay for black if he can get his back checker moving, which he can. So that's very good. That just leaves 7s. So 6 is a miss. So I think white's got to slot 2 points, start building a board for if he gets a hit. 5-2, that clears the midpoint safely. That's a very good shot. 3-1 covers both points in board. 3-1, lots of options, nothing really clear. Making the 5th point in board can't be too bad. 6-1, he'd like to come off one of the checkers off the 24 point, but I think it's a bit too risky at the moment against a 5-point board. So 6-1. So he could play one checker off the 11, but then we don't really have a good one. Or he can just play 8-1 was what I thought he was thinking about. Double 5, that's a brilliant shot. So certainly bring 2 of those out and make another outfield point, and then decide what you want to do with the other 2. Maybe come out and make the 8, looks a good plan. Double 5 is good, so he can tiptoe through the tulips with that one. Now white's got to shift to gammon saving mode, and this is a good way to do it. Or 1, 2 checkers off the 6, I think. So you can't play the 4 off the 5 points. Then you will transpose, and you want to take the spare checker off the 6 point. So this leaves you 3 on the 6 is a bad play. So double 2, how much is he going to sacrifice to save the gammon? And the answer is nothing. 3-1, I'm desperately moving off the 6 point with the 3. He's playing very boldly for the gammon. And now I'm pretty sure white should bring 2 in, but he only brings 1 in. 6-1 is a good number, so now he's got the spare off the 6 point and survived any risk. 2-1. So I'm desperate about saving the gammon here. I don't see the point in that. Why didn't we play from the 8? So 5-2, he's got to clear the 5 point. That's the only safe play. So white should probably split with a 1 if he gets the opportunity, but he hasn't. So he's wasting a lot of pips. So He's increasing the gammon risk. 5-3 is a safe play. So now white's just got to switch to saving the gammon. So 6-5, one checker all the way, aiming at the 6 point. And this is not too bad. 5-4, 2 off. 4-2, 2 in is good. Yeah, and I like that 4. So don't force yourself to roll 6s in the next roll or two. So 5 comes home safely. So Tony still needs 3 crossovers. 6-2, yeah. So carry on with the same one, and then you've got a 1 crossover. 6-1 is 1 off, and white is guaranteed to save the gammon. Right, so 3-0 to Saba. We'll put the cube back in the middle. 3-2, split and down. 3-4, hit 1, and probably bring a builder down, because we want to try and make the 4 point. We don't really want to go for the 1 point. So double 1 brings both in and makes the 5. So now it's good edge to black. 3-1, not great, but can make the 10 point. And that's actually another point in our prime. So sometimes it's a good idea to make points when, not that you necessarily need that point, but it's a safe place to store a builder. So effectively, black's now got 6-2 and 6-4 to make the 4 point, and he's not taking any risk to do it. So 5-1, we can either slot the 5, or we can bring someone out from the back. So I think you should try for an advanced anchor. So how you try for it? Yeah, this looks a perfectly reasonable idea. So blue's got 10 in the zone, but he's only got a 2 point board so far. So I think this is far from a double, especially when you've got a 3 point lead already. The white hasn't achieved anything, but he doesn't have much in the way of weaknesses either. I think there's quite a few numbers make a point, but making a point is not decisive. So 3-1 makes the bar. I don't know what else he's thinking about. Hitting twice, maybe 6-3-2. But that seems to be going against our plan. That at the moment, the blue checkers are well positioned to make a prime. And if you go to the 2 point, what are you going to do with that checker on the 2 point in the future? You've got to cover it, and then you're giving up your priming potential and say, I can only do blitzing. So making the bar, I think, is clearly right. So one idea Bill Roberti mentioned in one of his books was what he called non-commitment. So it's an idea that you make a play where it fits in well to both plans. Now, this isn't a bad play, but it doesn't actually accomplish that much. So that's why I liked making the bar. It is the 4th point. It fills in the gap in our prime. So there are some shots, 1-6, 2-6, 3-6, but the bar is forever. So he's got there eventually, so that's good. So 5-1, making an anchor seems a very good idea. So now white's dug in. 6-2 makes the 4 point. Now he's got 3 behind a 5 prime. So white's run out of 5s now. So he can clear the midpoint is one option, or bring the back guy up with a 2 and then slot the 3. So this is certainly much more of a double than he had before. So Tony's not taking any time on that. Certainly not a very pleasant position to play. So 5-1 down, and you can slot or split. Splitting is normally right, but with you're 4 points down, then slotting is certainly much more reasonable than a level score. 3-1 point on head. So being 4 points down, Tony should be looking to double quickly. So 4-3 makes the advanced anchor, so that stops any thought of doubling for a long time. 6-2 doesn't do much, so I'd probably go 23-15. You can play 13-5 as an alternative, but it's not really much use unless black chooses to give up the anchor. 5-4 is useless roll, so just bring 2 down. 6-4 we can't hit, but we can make the 9. That's a good blocking point. Double 1 is brilliant. So out of nothing, he's produced a prime. 3-6 gets the last one out. And he's sensibly looking for an alternative, but there's nothing close. So 5-1 misses. And now the last guy is safe. So if he's got a massive race lead, he can double or think of doubling before he saves the blot, but I don't think his race lead is that big. So I think you should save the blot and then decide whether to double. There's certainly nothing wrong with taking account now. So I think he's 9 up at the moment. So if the race remains the same, then it's going to be a comfortable take for black after the blot is saved. So another thing is that although Tony's 4 points behind, this is very clearly a position with hardly any gammons at all. So if he doubles and gets taken now, his upside is to win 2 points instead of 1. He goes ahead with the double, and take was easy enough. So 5-2 just saves the blot. So that was a 7, and this is a 6. So white's gained 1 pip in the race. So question is, would you take as black in this position? And I think it's still a fairly easy take, so you haven't missed your market at all. 5-6 he can still play safely. Had an option to clear the midpoint, but I don't think he's at the stage of volunteering a direct shot immediately. 6-4 still just about plays. So one of the keys in these positions is what your opponent's board is like. So blue's board is very strong. There's no blots there, so it's advocating for waiting to leave a shot and then saying, perhaps I can get away without one. The double 6 is good for the race. So he looks at the race, decides that's enough. And they're both playing very quickly. So the checkers on the midpoint are level. So blue won't be redoubling here, I predict. So this is fine. The alternative was just to cover the 4. 3-1 is a small number. And 4-1, he brings them both in, and I'd certainly have taken some time about thinking of going to the 4. The key to bear-offs is you need lots of checkers on the 4, 5, and 6. And if you're missing checkers on one of those points, the 4 or the 5, then you tend to waste a lot of pips in the bear-off. The problem for white is when he rolls a first 4, that 4s are going to miss for a very long time. There's a lot of pips, but not many checkers off. So the double 4 is a bit better for black than it was for white. 6-5 is a great roll, but now he's got the gap on the 5 as well. 4 is useless. 5 takes the checker off. Double 5. So you can see with that, it's still a very good roll, but he's wasted 2 pips already, and he's going to be wasting a lot more. So 4-6, that's 10, but he was only able to play 6. 3-1, it's 2 off. So there's 10 pips and 4 played. 6-1, so black's down to 6, white's on 4. 4-2 is a miss, so that's effectively loses the game. Okay, so the score is 4-2. So 5 away, 7 away. The blue is effectively 2-0 up in a 7-point match. Okay, they've got to the start position. 2, 5, 1. So they both go for split and down. 5-2 again. Yeah, so I think you should make the anchor in the absence of anything good. Double 2 is a good roll. So we make the 4 point and then probably make the 11. The double 2 I call the unstacking double because it gives you the opportunity to get your spares off the 6 point and the midpoint simultaneously. The 6-4 was a point on head. So 1-2 we come in and do we split? I think he's right to split. I don't think it's too dangerous yet. 2-1 we can hit or just come down from the midpoint. And I think coming down from the midpoint leaves a lot of shots anyway. So 3-1 is hit and on, I think. I mean, he can hit and break the 11 point, which is a more ambitious play, but I think it's too much risk for too little reward. So this looks like a 5-6. So 5 is forced and the 6 is bad or very bad. Oh, sorry, it was a 5-4, so he found a good play. Double 2 fans. So 5-1 makes the 3 point. 5-6 comes in. And can we hit? And coming out kind of duplicates 2s because he wants the 2 to make the 5 point. And should we start a hitting contest when he's got a 3-point board to our 2? So I think I'm probably just going to come out here and play 25-14. So I think the problem with the hitting is black's already got an anchor. So If you win the fight for the 5 point, it's not like you've primed him or closed him out, that he's still anchored at the edge of your prime. So what I'm really arguing is there isn't enough of an upside of the hitting play. The 5-2 hits, didn't hesitate about which two he liked. So we can come off the 20, but I think he's reticent to do that because he'd like to make that point from the 22 eventually. But I think that's the best five. So 1-2 comes in and 8-6 looks forced. The black, I think, has nothing here, as my description. So he's got some sort of a block against the back checkers, but there's still three open points. So 4-3, he can just play 15-8, or he can run off anchor. And I guess after all this hitting, he's got some sort of a race lead. So 5-2 is useless. So I think I kind of like that play with the 5 and the 4 open at the bottom. It's kind of like if you get hit, you can hopefully come in and establish a more advanced anchor. 6-1. So pointing on the 5 point looks the default. You can also hit and make the 3, but the 5 point is better than the 3. 3-5 hits. It's good. Can we give up the midpoint? I'd be tempted to give up the midpoint to keep the builder. 3-6 fans. So yes, when I was working with Seb, one of the things he said to me is that they're usually a take when the 4 and the 5 are open. So there's too much chance for white to be able to get a second advanced anchor. So he sees it differently. So yeah, I mean, the score was that blue was 5 away. So passing lets him get to 4 away. So it's a particularly valuable point he's given up. So that one I was quite keen on taking. 6-3 runs. So that's certainly not too bad. It's not the usual play people make, but as I say, it's not a bad play by any stretch of the imagination. And when you've got a good match lead, then running games are much more attractive. So another double 5. So he comes in and hits twice. This time there's only one come in. So there's only 8 in the zone and a 2 point board. So I don't think this is much of a double at all. I mean, it's tempting when you're 4 away to say you can double and just win this game straight off. But I think it's much more likely that when you double your opponent in here, that he will just take and give you the cube back to 4 quite often. So I think this is very far from a double. So 6-3 is a double hit. So that puts 3 on the bar. So now if he's not hit, he might well be in business. So 5-4 brings 2 in with a hit, so that's a very good roll. 5-3 comes in and hits on the 5, I think. I mean, what Blue's got at the moment is he's got a 2 point board. That's the only thing he's got going for him in this position. So the way to exploit it is to get in a hitting contest. If you just leave white alone, then when the smoke clears, you'll discover white's got the 4 or the 5 point, and your 2 checkers on the 1 point are hopelessly out of play. So that play I don't like either. So that gives white 5s and 6s from the bar. So 4-2, we anchor. I think that's fairly simple play. Maybe I'd have come out with the 2. 6-4 hits outside, 24-14. So he's taking some time. He could have anchored on the 18 point, but playing a holding game when you've got the 1 point made is not a good plan. So 5-2, he makes the second anchor. Yeah, so he's looking at coming in with the 2 and hitting with the 5, but this way he's got 2 anchors and he gets a hit. 4-3, that looks like a good play. So it's another point in front of the anchors. 6-3 makes the 5 point if there's nothing better. 4-1, we can't do anything special, so I would make the 21 point anchor to stop a disaster. And then really any 4 you like. So maybe you do 13-9 if you can't stand 6-2. So this position for white with there's 2 anchors on the 4 and the 5 I like a lot. That it gives you the opportunity to make attacking plays, knowing that you can always come in with your high anchors. This looks right. Unstacking the 6. So he doesn't like 6-1, which is the safe play. 13-8 doesn't achieve a lot aside from giving up the outfield. All 4 back checkers are stuck. I think the problem is we've got an old one here. And the only safe play I can see is putting 2 checkers on the 2 point, and I think you've got to avoid that at all costs. So at the moment you've got an advanced anchor, so being hit is far from a disaster. If you go this way, you've got to play 10-6. There's no other 4 that makes any sense at all. I guess 6-2 is the other legal 4. Now, I would back this up, frankly. I think 13-9-3 is certainly not forced. I 4-3, we can cover and slot the 3, or just make the 2. No big difference. That one I can't see very well. There's a 2. I can see 3-2. Okay. Double 5, we've got to come off one of the anchors. So there's only one of them moves. So 20-10. That looks right. 5-3, we can make the 3 point. This game, I think, is going in white's favour, but I still think it's too early to be doubling. So again, you should ask this question: what are the market losers? What can I roll that wins the game that will make him regret having taken? Or also here it's a case: what can black roll that will destroy his position? 6-1, we can cover the 1 point or start to make the 4, or do neither. So this position I would double from the centre. Redoubling is very risky, so it's kind of like if you get your opponent to take, then he's he's going to turn it to 8 and you're playing for the match. The 3-2 is not a good roll. He can play 2 to the 6, but then he loses a builder. So 9 to 6 and 3 to 1 is the alternative. The 6-4 cover the 1 and start the 4. So I've been thinking blue's a long way ahead, and I could well be wrong. 4-2. We can cover with the 4, but then we don't have a 2, so maybe you just play 9 to 3 and prepare to clear one of those points. So 4-1, he's got strength in his board somehow. That looks as good as any. 6-1, we can clear 8 points safely. 5-2, so we should slot the 3. Or not. So it looks like a big race lead, 23, I think it is. So if you can get your opponent to pass, it's good. But you've still got 2 gaps on the 5 and the 7, so bringing it home safely is not easy. So I don't know if it's right, but I'd wait here. I think if you double, white should take and recube straight away. So passing will leave him 5-0 down to 7. So I don't know offhand what that score is, but we're probably down to 20% there. 6-5 plays safe. Now white's probably got to run one checker. Now we've got some pick and passes. I think maybe this is the time to double. Yeah, so it's a hard decision for white. So 5-0 down to 7, 4-0 is 25%. So what gives us a shot? 6-1, 6-3, 6-4. Seems to be all for the moment. So he's rightfully taking his time here. So I think the take point is going to be about 20%, so it's slightly better than for money. My gut feeling is to take. And it is possible to win the race from here. There's a lot of wastage on Black's part. Well, I certainly wouldn't like to have a big bet on what's right here. So you can see, although both players have played pretty fast up to this point, Tony is very rightly taking his time thinking about this. This is the crucial decision in how the match goes. So he gives it up. So now it's 2 away, 7 away. So when I started playing backgammon, we were always taught that when your opponent's two away, you don't want to double them into winning the match. But now that's completely been reversed, and the idea is if your opponent's only two away, you've got to double to catch up quickly. And the other thing is, as Kit Woolsey put it, is when you double your opponent when he's two away, you're not giving him the cube, you're taking it away from him. So when you're two away and got a two cubes, that's enough to win the match. You can't do any more. The 6-5, that shows the strength of White making the bar point last time. So I would just play 13-2 as he's looking at. You can hit twice, but I think that's not so good. 2-4 is a hit. Certainly that's not too bad. So now Black's looking for an advanced anchor. So 3-1 is not the greatest of anchors, but it's still an anchor and stops you getting closed out. 5-2 makes the 4 point. So now if there's a shot turns up, I would probably double as wide, but this is still safe. So no shot, I wouldn't be doubling. 6-5 makes the bar. So the problem with that is leaves a lot of space behind yourself. You've shortened the zone of contact, made it easier for Black to play. So 6-5. I think that's wrong. I'd play two down. Not too scared of the opponent breaking his midpoint. Yeah, so that looks right, but you've got to go on with the same two. So he's playing very quickly. I think that might well turn out to be the right play. Double six. This looks like a very good roll, so we bring all three out. Probably carry on with one. And it doesn't look as though Black's doing too badly in the race. We can't leave any shots. Start to make the 5 point. 3-1, so it makes the 4. Double 3. Yeah, so maybe two checkers in, 5 and 4, and then decide whether you want to play 2 to the 10 or 1 to the 7. He's certainly taking his time to count it, because if he's ahead, then he would be wanting to probably just clear the midpoint. No, I've actually got White a long way ahead here, so I think maybe we do just play 4 down from the midpoint. His maths seems to agree with mine. Yeah, so as long as you leave one extra checker outside, you're not subject to 6-1 leaving a shot. Now the race is clear enough for all of us to see. I like the way that Tony's arranged his checkers. So he's got a lot of checkers on the 6 point, but he's making it clearly visible to himself that they aren't very well placed there. So it, the signal is coming to his brain to unstack those checkers when the chance arises. Okay, so 7-4, 2 away, 5 away. So yes, this score I do know. So it's in a 7 point match, it's 2 away, 5 away, or 5-2 would be the score. And your winning chance is 25%. So Tony needs 5. So a double gammon would take him to Crawford. It's good. So 4-1 splits, 4-5. I think you hit and split here. The problem is Blue's builder on the 9 point is very powerful. So increases Blue's chance of making a good point next time. So 3-1, interesting. You can hit and cover. So again, it does two things. It hits and makes a point. 4-2 is not obvious. Quite see what that is. If it was 2-5, he'd be making the point. Must be 4-5. So 5-4, he can hit or anchor. I think I would anchor. The problem with hitting is that we've achieved nothing as white. All we've got is piles of blots everywhere. At least this way we've got something for the future. The 4-2 makes the 9 point and something comes up at the back. Yep. 2-6, not very good. We can hit with a 2, but then we don't have a 6. Or we can cover the 11 point and then we don't have a 6. So I guess the 6 is the difficult bit of the roll. So I'd probably settle for 13-11 and 8-2. So that way at least we've got a point. He's right to have a look here to see if there's something creative he can do. So that certainly is. I don't think this is a terrible play at all. The 5-6 comes in. Not clear you hit that one. Whether you hit on the bar point was another good option. So double 6 bands, 3s and 6s hit, 3s hit, then probably unstack the 6, I think, because we've still got 5 there. 6-5. So guess we can play the 6 from the back and the 5, 14-9, just leaves one blot. I mean, we've hit all these checkers. We're going to have a good race lead. Racing is certainly not a bad plan here. So 5-3 has to hit. 3-1 Yeah, I'm sure he's right to come in somewhere high up. So he wants to try and escape. Double five, that points on him. I think that's right. We could also make the 5 point. I think you do that. So he's looking at making the 15. I thought the alternative was to make the 10 here. 2-1. If you come in on the 23 here, so usually coming in on the 23 is bad because you're blocked by the 8 point, but the 8 point is missing here. So this is very good. So make the 5 point, please. So now black's paying the price of entering with the 1 last time. So double 4. It's a bit like a train crash that everything's going to hit the buffers. So now white can have a think about doubling. So white's got a reasonable priming structure, and blue's formation is all his spares are on the 9 and the 4. So from the 9, he can't play 4s. Where's his 4 coming from? So I think it's a reasonable take because he's only got one checker trapped back. So what that means is there's not much in the way of gammons. So I'm sure you should make the 9 here with the 4. And nothing spreads the checkers out, really. Can't see how going to the 11 helps at all. So I'd play 15-13. Four was his bad number, so he can come out with this. That seems a simple, direct route towards winning. Five, 4, 15, 6 is reasonable. We could do this. Yeah, this is reasonable. This is so 5-2. He can't move the back checker. So he's wondering whether to give up the 8 point here. So he's got some checkers to move next turn. Seems a reasonable idea. Yeah, so I think I like that play. It would be good to have a 4 to handle next time. No, I'm not very good at visualizing things, so I like to move the checkers over the board and see what it's like. So that one, as I say, we don't have any 4s. It's looked clearly right to me. Now white's still trying to build his prime. So the 10 point is good. Why can't we play 13, 10, and 9-5? And that leaves no shots and maximum firepower at the 4 point. So 3-5 comes up. He can't get out. If you do that, you've got to play 9-4. You can't put another blot in board when you're inviting your opponent to attack you. The white's going to hit on the 4 point with ones, threes, fives, and sixes. So having two blots in board is a good way to try and get gammoned. And 3, 5, 6, 5 was the one at hitting number, wasn't it? So you hit with the 5, and then probably 9 to 7. So the good news for Tony is that he doesn't pay for any gammons he loses. So he can go all out about trying to win. So he could hit and play 10 to 8. That's the most ambitious play. But I think that's a bit too bold for me. Well, I looked at moving one of the back checkers and just leaving black fours to give escape. But I think now he's come to the 21 point, you should hit him off there. So 4, 5 gets out and hits. So it's a good proof of why we only wanted one blot in board when we start this hitting. So this leaves threes and 1, 2. 2, 6 is a fan. The 1 covers, so we can pick and pass. This might send him back, but I think it's still worth doing. So now he's got to try and make the 1 point. That's the point he's going to lose from. Yeah, so that's not good because now sixes will potentially involve slotting the 1 point. Yeah, so that's good. Not leaving any shots. The 5-1, you have to come in with the 1. You come in with the 5, it's just too easy for black to get past you. 5-2 points on head. That's about as good as he could have hoped for. So 6-1 clears the point. So now there's just the 6 point to go, and then the game's over. Double 2 is good enough. So I think the race is just too one-sided here. Yeah, so he puts checker on the 4. I'm sure he's right, but the wins are so small here that doesn't really matter what you do. So it's always right to take a checker off with a 1 when you can. I can't see why he didn't take 2 off. If you took the second one off, then the 2s that miss fill the gap on the 2 point you've created. But as I say, in this position, I think it's all academic. Getting to the stage where you wonder if it's possible. He feels the same thing. Right, so that's it for the main tournament for today. There's still other events happening this evening, so I'm not commentating on those ones. They're going to have local people commenting on those. So I will be back round about 10ish tomorrow. So the situation in the main is there were 6 people with 1 loss before this round started. So tomorrow morning there should be 3 people remaining with 1 loss. So how they're going to do the draw, I don't know. So thank you very much for watching, and hopefully you'll be along for the match tomorrow. So thanks very much and enjoy the rest of the evening.